All right, great. Thanks so much. So I have welcome to our first day of 3 days, where we will be covering our RA Track 3B2 proposals. I just introduced myself, but I'm Jamie Gannon from Energy Division, and welcome. We're going to be covering a lot of really interesting material, and it's going to be 3 pretty long days. So I first want to start out by saying, going over some, or first I want to start out by saying that this event is being recorded, and the recording will be posted to our website after the event or shortly thereafter the event. And briefly, I'm going to go through some logistics. So we are running this workshop in WebEx, and all attendees have been muted. Presenters for each topic have been given a panelist role, and we're going to be asking that you utilize the question and answer function at the bottom of the WebEx Q&A. If you have a question, you can send your question in that panel, and then you can send it to all panelists, or you can raise your hand. Questions will be read aloud by the staff or the panelists, and the attendees may be unmuted to respond to the question and then muted back. And you can see at the bottom there's all those little icons. So the ground rules, the ground rules for this workshop. So the workshop is being stimulated to, stimulate an honest dialogue and also encourage different perspectives. So we ask that you keep your comments friendly and respectful. We ask that you use the Q&A feature for only questions and technical issues. And finally, we ask that you do not respond to sidebar conversations in the chat function. So here's the agenda for day one. Today, we're going to be starting off with a presentation from GridWorks. They put out a report called the Resource Adequacy Reliability Through a Clean Energy Transition. And Arthur will be presenting from GridWorks, and Katie is also accompanying him in that presentation. And that'll run for about an hour and 20 minutes, and then we'll have a proposal from PG&E. They put out 2 proposals in their revised filing on the 18th, one of which is a contract hedge proposal. So we'll cover that for the rest of the morning. We'll break for lunch around noon, and then we'll come back and we'll spend the rest of the day working through PG&E's second proposal, which is its slice of day proposal. I believe Rhett, Peter, and Luke will be all presenting from PG&E on their section. So for day 2, I'm just going to briefly cover what we're going to be going through on the 3 days. Day 2 will be a day of Edison's proposal, and they've structured their day to include 2 different panels, which will be interesting to hear. One will be happening at 10:50 to 12 p.m., and then the second panel will be after lunch from 1 to 2. And they're going to be, you can see from the agenda as well as their slide deck, the way that they've broken out the use of time over the course of the day to look at different aspects of their proposal. Next slide. The final day will not be a full day. It will just run until 2 p.m. We'll start out with a presentation from Professor Woloch, and then we will go into a short presentation from Energy Division, where we'll cover our bid cap proposal. Michelle will be presenting on that. And then we'll break for lunch, and the last section of the workshop will be dedicated to CAISO's UCAP proposal. So there's the agenda for the next 3 days. So I'm briefly just going to go over, the scoping memo with regards to Track 3B2. The content of these 3 days is attempting to address the larger structural changes for the RA structure that are meant to both address energy attributes and hourly capacity requirements, given the increasing penetration of renewables and use limited resources on the system. and the significant amount of long-term tolling contracts that have fallen off a contract by the utility. The commission is, in its December 11th scoping memo has directed that it intends to address the larger structural changes with regards to the direction it plans to go in its June, or I should say May, proposed decision. And in that decision, it seeks to set forth the necessary milestones and additional details that must be determined to implement the adopted direction at the earliest for compliance year 2023. So here's the current calendar. And we are on our workshops on revised track 3.B.2, which is scheduled for early to mid-February. After proposals, there'll be a chance for second revised proposals later in February, and then comments on these proposals in March 12th, reply comments March 23rd, and a proposed decision in May of 2021. All right, and now I will hand the mic over to Arthur and Katie. Welcome, and thanks for being with us today, and I look forward to your presentation.
Great. Well, thank you very, very much for the time to everybody in Energy Division, and thank you all in the audience for taking the time to talk with us. I'm delighted to be here this morning with Katie Wu, who is a director at GridWorks and no stranger to Energy Division herself. So, resource adequacy. We are finalizing a paper on reliability through the clean energy transition and are looking forward to using the discussion that we have here today to help finalize our paper, which ultimately focuses on the criteria that stakeholders might consider and the Commission and the Energy Division might consider as they're thinking about these various proposals to reform resource adequacy and to help the transition towards a future program. Let's go to the next slide. I think you're all probably familiar with GridWorks, but just quickly, we're focused on the decarbonization of our economy and helping achieve that in a reliable way. We convene, educate, and empower stakeholders working to build a healthier and more equitable, sustainable, and affordable future, facilitating difficult discussions and collaborations to determine the best approach to meet decarbonization goals, engaging policymakers, advocates, energy providers, and utilities to create an environment that allows for consensus and helps build policy action. Let's go to the next slide. So early last summer, well before the events of August, we were looking ahead to how the energy system is evolving and what some of the greatest threats are to a clean and equitable energy transition. And it's been widely described as a Rube Goldberg device or a series of Frankenstein patches. The resource adequacy has over time been adjusted in a variety of different ways to try to better match the conditions and challenges that are facing reliability as we recognize that some of the proxy decisions, the simplification assumptions that were made in the earliest days of the program seem to vary increasingly from the facts on the ground. We're doing very well with our goals for a clean and equitable energy transition, but we're focused less on the transition, and it became really quite clear that reliability is emerging as a threat to achieving that transition and possibly the largest threat. We're looking at uncertainty as to resources and the way that they're going to behave, uncertainty as to the conditions that are going to challenge the energy system, particularly with the extremities of weather that we are increasingly seeing, not as projections, but as realities on the grid, and uncertainties as to how load is going to behave, changing load patterns, changing abilities for load to respond to grid conditions and local reliability conditions. All those things make us take a step back and say, is resource adequacy well suited to meet the challenges of our changing system? Let's go to the next slide. So I'm sad to say, and mortified to admit, we came up with our own Rube Goldberg device to try to tackle this question. And that tells you a little bit about how difficult it is sometimes to remove yourself from the intricacies of this system and to think about what we're trying to achieve and whether we are achieving it. What we tried to focus on was first of all, what are parties' observations on today's RA program? Is it working? If it's not working, why is it not working? What are the problems with it? What are the objectives of a future RA program? What is it that we actually want it to do? What are the principles that a future RA program should follow? In other words, what are the essential characteristics of a future RA program in order for it to achieve those objectives? And then lastly, what we hope to result in was a set of criteria that the parties in Energy Division and the Commission can use to determine whether these well thought through reform proposals that you're all aware of and what these workshops are to focus on are really moving in the right direction. There was really quite broad recognition that with all these uncertainties, we don't know enough to know exactly what the future RA program is going to look like, but we do have some senses of what it is we think it should do. So let's go to the next slide. Through these conversations, we came to the conclusion that, I'm sorry, this is, I'm glad you were able to get the slides in. This is my revised slide. So yes, so again, we focused on what are the observations on today's program, objectives for reform, principles for the future RA program, and ultimately leading to criteria. Let's go to the next slide. The conclusions that were reached was that the current RA program is at best barely working, and at worst, it's really not doing its primary job. We want to focus on why that is. What is it about the nature of the program that isn't really performing? What it is about the August 2020 events and why it was considered a crisis, although on an absolute matter, it really wasn't that great of a disruption compared to a lot of other disruptions that are happening in our system. What does that tell us about resource adequacies and inadequacies? And then what are we trying to achieve? We talk about reliability, but it was clear amongst all the participants that we're not trying through this program to solve for reliability across the board. I will say that particularly among the environmental justice disadvantaged community representatives, there's a great deal of concern that reliability should mean resilience and the perception of the customers and not simply what's happening on the bulk power system. And I should not say simply, because that's certainly no simple question. But the majority of people felt that resource adequacy had enough to do to try to focus on ensuring a balance of supply and demand on the bulk power system. Let's go to the next slide. This is the suite of objectives that the participants developed. I won't go through in detail what each one was, but they really fell into three categories. The customer and equity perspective, as I touched on just now, a number of clean energy perspectives and what they were hoping to achieve through resource adequacy reform, and then a more market-based approach. What is it that we want the markets to do to effectively and efficiently produce the results that we want for the resource adequacy program? Let's go to the next slide. On principles, we first focused on the ESIG principles. I think you're all familiar now that there is this is really not just a program, it's a problem that's limited to California, but it's a national conversation on how to assure reliability on an ex-ante basis, and to do so in the face of the challenges that we're seeing across the country. ESIG has 5 sets of principles that they talk about for a modern energy system. And we tried to extrapolate from that a set of straw principles for conversation on more detailed, granular aspects that parties might want to consider for the underlying principles of a resource adequacy program. Let's go to the next slide. Ultimately, we concluded that resource adequacy really is doing 3 things, or trying to, and there's serious discussion of it doing a 4th. So it is a planning program on an ex-ante basis, trying to determine what the reliability needs are going to be on the bulk power system, and what kinds of resources can meet those needs. There's a procurement program for entities that are subject to resource adequacy, whether under the ISO system or through the PUC's VARI program, to procure those resources that were identified in planning and at least categorically. And then there's the performance aspect, that these resources are required to participate to varying degrees in the ISO markets. And the question that I think came to a really tight focus in August was the extent to which this program is having the impacts on energy pricing that at least many were expecting it would. You know, the fundamental notion that if you had sufficient resources, that should have a moderating effect on price wasn't necessarily seen. And so there's discussion of whether resource adequacy should have some kind of price collar or other price elements included within it on the energy side, not just on the capacity side. Let's go to the next slide. The parties concluded that everybody's really deeply concerned that resource adequacy isn't doing what we want it to do, that it should remain focused on bulk reliability while recognizing the need for consideration of resilience, that we should focus on complementing clean energy goals rather than drive them. And one tension we wanted to alert you to is what the legal requirements are of the statute, which is PUC Code 3.B.2, which requires the Commission to ensure that the program is advancing to the extent possible the state's goals for clean energy, reducing air pollution, and reducing emissions of greenhouse gases. So as we're thinking through these proposals, we need to think about whether the statutory requirements, those and others, are being met. It needs to enhance integration with neighbors. It's clear that we had expected that we were going to be able to get the levels of imports that we needed as we had in the past, but we didn't have enough visibility into what our neighbors were capable of doing, what was happening with their own energy systems as they go through their own retirements and have their own stresses that they are dealing with, and what is happening on the system as a whole to allow integration, and whether the resources that we are paying for here in California were going to meet energy needs elsewhere, even though they were procured for reliability here in California, and how to address that in a way that we continue to support the cooperation and integration that we need with our neighbors as we move towards more variable resources in which geographic diversity and resource diversity provide real value. These are all complicated issues. It's clear that we need to solve for constraints beyond the peak and net peak, and that a system that focused on one or the other was going to leave us in the lurch in a variety of other stress conditions. And it's clear that none of the proposals are narrowly focused on that, but that's something that we need to think about, is what is the bogey? We have to think about whether and how capacity ratings still work in a world in which we've got such variable resources. E3 has done a very good job of explaining how ELCC works really well on a portfolio basis, on a category basis, not particularly well on a resource by resource basis, and that the capacity ratings change over time and change in a relative way depending on what else is in the energy supply. And it's something that PG&E focuses on quite a bit, and its slice of paper proposal. So thinking about how capacity works, and again, the 3 or 4 different objectives of the program for planning, for procurement, for performance, and to the extent that we want to extend it to energy pricing as well. But energy-based alternatives also face challenges, and it may be that energy and capacity have varying value depending on which of the objectives of resource adequacy we're really trying to focus on. Let's go to the next slide. So our recommendations at the conclusion of this is to, first of all, begin by saying what we want the program to do before we race into trying to patch it. And we again appreciate the time and effort that everybody who spoke with us spent with us. We appreciate the time this morning that you're going to be spending with us. And we hope that you'll take the opportunity to take a step back and say, rather than simply trying to extend what we have or to fix what's broken in what we have, let's really take a broader look and think about what we want to do, in part because the participants in our process virtually all agreed that it was more important that our reforms are forward compatible than backward compatible. So we've got a long road ahead of us, and what we don't want to do, or what's not in California's best interest, is to introduce more complexity that is not going to fit very well with the challenges that we are facing in the future. Let's go to the next slide. So we come up with some recommended evaluation criteria, and that's what we really want to focus our discussion on today. So we have 7 criteria that we are suggesting would be could be used to evaluate the reform proposals. First of all, does the proposal provide the resources needed for bulk power system reliability? Second, does it make the program simpler, easier to understand, and ease transactions as well as compliance? Third, does it increase the availability of resources to meet demand, including imports, under reasonably foreseeable stress conditions? Let's go to the next slide. Fourth, does it improve program and energy system cost effectiveness? Fifth, does it encourage innovation and competition to enhance performance and reduce costs? That's one that I want to spend a moment on, because I think it's something that bears discussion, particularly with respect to some of the counting rule conversations. It's been of concern to us that it's not as transparent to technology designers and developers and to the market how their resources are going to be valued in a future frame. And without that kind of signal, it's very difficult to get innovation and which would both improve performance and also reduce cost if you don't know what it is that's going to be valued in that future system. So that's something that, given the rapidly changing nature of technology on the system, that we think bears thought. I don't mean to elevate it above other criteria, but I think it deserves a little explanation. Does it advance clean and equitable energy system goals consistent with PUC 3.B.2 and contribute to a smooth transition? And seventh, does it favor long-term regulatory and market certainty over short-term incremental improvements? Those are the criteria that we have developed as a result of the conversation we've had thus far, but we're really looking forward to hearing from you how these criteria apply and to the proposals that the Energy Division has helped create and that the other participants have helped suggest to all of you and to the Commission. And with that, I think we will go over to Katie to talk about a poll that we'll have.
All right, thanks, Arthur, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me this morning. So I'll do a little bit of setup here, and then we can get into the discussion portion. So really appreciate that presentation from Arthur about the conversations that we had in our convenings on resource adequacy. As he said, we took those principles and objectives from the group and developed them into a set of evaluation criteria for decision makers and stakeholders to apply to proposals for RA reform. And so what we'll do in the next over the next hour or so is to better understand whether and how those criteria could be refined as they're being applied to proposals. So we'll start with a poll to understand which criteria is most important to you. And if the criteria that's most important to you is not listed, please go ahead and mark that, and we'll come back and find out what the missing criteria might be. And then we'll go into a longer discussion, a broader discussion about application of these criteria. So I do see that the poll has launched on the right side of the WebEx screen. Folks, hopefully you are able to see that. You have around 4.5 minutes to respond. But really, we're just looking for your input on which criteria is most important to you out of what we have developed through our convenings here. And again, if the criteria that's most important to you is not listed, please hit other and provide that criteria in the chat. And I may also ask you to raise your hand if that was your response so that we can come back to you. And your responses here are, they'll help us determine whether there should be any relative weighting to the criteria.
And Katie, this is Jamie. It looks like there's a question in the chat from Nick. Can you clarify the difference between 1 and 3?
So I'm actually going to throw that question to Arthur, who is closest to these criteria.
That's a great question, and thank you, Nick. And when we discussed these criteria with the participants in our process, there was concern raised that that we weren't clearly stating that we met the criteria, whatever those may be, for bulk power reliability. We don't want to second guess what those criteria are, but making resources more available is not necessarily the same thing as meeting the criteria. So I just wanted to make it explicit. First of all, you want to make sure you're meeting the criteria. Second of all, or third of all, with C, that you want a proposal that helps enhance the availability of resources, including demand management.
All right, so we'll give it another 30 seconds or so for folks to respond.
Katie, do you want me to close the poll when you tell me to and then show the answers?
Please, that would be great.
Okay, just give me, it looks like we still have 43% of the attendees not started, or just over 50% finished, sorry.
No worries. That's a 50% response rate in a webinar of 140 people is not bad. All right, just another 5 seconds or so for folks to respond. All right, Jamie, would you mind closing the poll, please, and showing the responses? Okay, we see that the poll is closed. Is there a way to display the responses that we got?
Yes, just working on it. I've never done this before, so.
No, you did great. You did great. Really appreciate you, Jamie. Thanks for persevering through the technical challenge. All right, so folks, the poll responses are on the right side of the WebEx platform here. It looks like most people responded with the first and the third criteria, meaning most people found that the most important criteria was ensuring that proposals provide the resources needed for bulk power system reliability, and that increasing the availability of resources to meet demand, including imports under reasonably foreseeable stress conditions, is another important attribute of the proposals. Interestingly, only one person responded that their criteria is not listed. I wonder if that brave person will be willing to share with us what that criteria is. Feel free to use the chat or raise a hand to, I think, be able to be unmuted. I believe that's how it works. All right. Well, in lieu of our single other response, let's dive a little bit more into these two criteria. I think Nick asked an interesting question of what's the difference between the two criteria. Jamie and Linan, is it possible to ask people to raise their hands if they want to speak to what about the reliability
Yeah,
criteria and availability criteria is important to them?
yeah, sure. So just raise your hand and I will have the ability as the host to unmute you if you want to speak. All right, it looks like Doug Carpa is raising his hand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hello.
he should be unmuted.
Excellent. I hope you all can hear me. Let's make sure that everything is good. Yeah, actually, I wanted to speak maybe in favor of either dropping or holding lightly that second criteria about making things simpler as a goal in and of itself, because I think one of the problems that we're facing is that with resources that are available at particular times of day and with a certain amount of volatility, there's like a minimum level of complexity that will be adequate to actually ensure that numbers 1 and 3 are met. Not, to bring out quote that's often attributed to Einstein, that a model should be as simple as possible and no simpler. And I think like the existing system RA system, part of the reason why it's failing is because it's too simple. It does not, in fact, it doesn't incorporate enough complexity to ensure that we can, hit post-peak and overnight loads and incorporate the complex dynamics of a volatile energy generation system and storage, which is increasingly like that's going to be the backbone of the grid. It's not going to be gas. And so I hesitate a little bit to make number 2 like a big trumpeted principle, simply because if you like push on that too hard, it's pretty easy to get to a system where the lights will then go out. And I think the people of California are a lot more sensitive, and the commission is a lot more sensitive to the lights going out than to having some modest increase in complexity in the compliance product. And it's like, it's unfortunate that it has to be as complex as it is, but that's just the nature of the system and the reality. So
Thanks, Doug. I appreciate that insight that simplicity is sounds like something that's nice to have, but that there is some inherent complexity in ensuring reliability and increasing availability of resources. Other folks who want to speak to either criteria that are most important to them, or ones that may be de-emphasized. I see as well that only 2% of folks found that improving program and energy system cost effectiveness was most important to them.
Katie, we do have a chat from Jen. I don't know if you can read it or if you want me to read it. It's regarding.
I don't see anything in the chat.
Oh, okay. So Jen says bulk power system reliability is obviously the most important criterion, but the other factors are important to achieve these ends. Long-term certainty, ensure availability, ease transactions and compliance, clean energy, etc. Reliability is the goal, and the other criteria are the means to that end.
Great. I wonder if we could ask Jin to speak a little bit to his comments here. I think it's interesting. I agree that reliability has several components. I wonder if then you see these other criteria below the bulk system reliability criterion as subsets, or sort of in support of that broader need for reliability.
I'm not seeing a hand up, so I'm just hesitant to unmute. I'm like,
No worries. No. Okay, I think I see a hand from Nick Pappas.
All right. Hi, Nick, you've been unmuted.
Thanks, Jamie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks, Jamie, Arthur, and Katie. Good morning. So I just wanted to follow up on my earlier question about 1 and 3, and maybe I'll riff a little bit off of Jin's comment. But I think what we see from the poll, and I would agree with Jin's comments, that 1 and 3 both speak to the sort of central role for RA, which is to ensure system reliability, and the key tactic there is to make sure we have sufficient resources, which I think is captured in 3. So I guess when I think through this list, it's hard for me to sort of put those two sort of first principle issues of bulk system power reliability on an equal playing field with the rest, in the same way that I might think about if we were to think about the RPS program priorities. Its first, foremost, and central role is to drive RPS development, renewable resource development, and yet there are other elements and design considerations and co-benefits we might want to draw from that. So one sort of takeaway for me from the poll and my thinking about this is we might have one central goal, and then the rest of this list and possibly other elements or fewer elements could form the sort of series of co-benefits and policy design goals and criteria we might want to think about.
Great, thank you. Arthur, any thoughts on what we've heard so far, or
Yeah, I really appreciate what's been said so far, particularly with respect to threshold criteria and then other criteria. And I guess as I'm hearing the discussion, the way people are thinking about it, and jump up and tell me if I'm wrong, is that first and foremost, we have a problem with whether our existing system really maintains reliability. And flashing back on the conversation what we had with participants, people said it was barely working, which is at least suboptimal. So first and foremost, are the proposals for reform going to improve the efficacy of the program on those two criteria? Does it meet the basic criteria for reliability, and does it ease the availability of resources to help contribute towards those criteria? Other of the criteria are, some of them are statutory, some of them are policy, some of them come from the conversation that we had. And I guess what this conversation leads me to think, especially thinking back on some of the differences between the proposals, is where does the risk lie, and who is best positioned to handle that risk? There's some suggestion in Professor Wollock's paper, for example, that the more of the risk shift over to the energy suppliers, that capacity is used as a check against the system, kind of like security constrained unit commitment is, and that but that the rest of the functioning of his proposal would focus more on energy. And so I'm just wondering, taking this back to practicalities, what criteria do you all think would be most useful to help identify differences between proposals that matter for how well the program is going to function? Clearly you want to weight 1 and 3. To what extent, how do you weight the rest of them? What's the importance? And then getting back to the simplicity point, a number of people have pointed out that the system may just be irreducibly complex to some degree. But complexity and risk are really either side of the same coin, and it comes back to how much do you want the program to try to nail down risks in advance, ex ante, and can a government-run program do that given the changes in conditions, changes in resources, changes in load? Or should we be thinking more from a government perspective in terms of performance and allowing the market and innovation to hit those criteria through performance rather than through prescriptive measures.
So that a lot of questions posed to our audience, and of course, welcome folks to raise a hand and speak up. But I wonder, actually, Jamie, do you mind if we go to the next slide? We can shift into this broader discussion. I think where Arthur is heading towards is when it comes to sort of applying the criteria, asking these questions of proposals. You know, we recognize that these questions are, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have a question from Stefan. I'm going to unmute your phone. All right. You've been unmuted.
Yeah, it was as much kind of a comment, and I just realized there's one on there that I don't see that it's kind of in some of the others, but would be, you know, the entities to maintain their procurement autonomy. You know, as a CCA, we very much do a certain goals that we're.
Stefan, we're having difficulty hearing you. Maybe if you're on a headset, you could try a different mic.
Okay, yeah. Let me see if I can mic here and make it better. I'm gonna figure out how to.
Maybe Arthur, could you mute your mic?
Is this any better now?
Oh yes, much better.
Okay. Sorry. All right. Yeah, I was just saying, I think one of the things that's important to us is to maintain our, procurement autonomy. Our load profile may be different than the rest of the state. Our desires for, renewables and types of renewables may be different than other entities. And, it's important to us to be able to procure what we feel is important, but to have those then count towards the, towards RA. And so we'd like to avoid the thing that says, basically a central entity buying everything for us, or having to accept kind of, very prescriptive rules. We'd like to be able to, procure what we feel is important to meet our goals. Right. And that's kind of subsumed in some of these other things, but I think that may be, that to me is an important criteria that we want to make sure that each of these, that the proposals come up with, or, that they ensure that we can procure as we want.
Thanks for that. Okay. So
it looks like we have also one other hand raised. Do you want to take it now?
sure.
Okay, it's from Doug again.
Folks, make sure I've got the right headset on here. Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, thanks so much. I think one of the other, and I certainly want to echo Steve's point there about CCA self-procurement. I mean, that's in various statutes. So it's going to be a pretty important consideration going forward. But I think the other piece too that since I'm also on Play with Team IRP, I want to put in a plug for the notion that the planning for making sure resources are available, to some extent, actually providing the resources or increasing the availability of resources, that's an IRP problem, not an RA program problem. And so often the way I think about it is that the IRP process is designed to make sure that everybody is going out and building the resources, providing the resources. And yes, we go through an analysis to make sure that we're checking the boxes so that those resources that are procured like we can make showings in the RA program. But really, I tend to think of the RA program as showing that the resources that you have under contract, like from the existing pool, can meet your obligations, but that the actual planning and procurement of things, that's actually more of an IRP issue. And so I think that, like, as we go forward, keeping in mind the interplay between the IRP process and the RA process and how those do like really have to seamlessly link up is going to be really important. But I think at the same time, we don't want to feel like the RA program has to solve all problems, because there are other programs that are solving some of these other issues that have come up so far in this discussion.
Thanks, Doug. And on that point, then, would you recommend adding a discrete criterion to cover, say, coordination with other proceedings, or would you recommend that any of these criteria are modified to be more detailed to include that sort of detail?
Might not be a bad idea. I know that conversation of like the RA IRP interaction has come up in the, like, on the workshop with the Wallach proposal and also the SCE Cal CCA proposal. We've given quite a bit of thought as to how that could work. And then, you know, in the IRP, there's the big, like, long-term procurement track proposal. There are several elements that are proposed here in track 3B2, including the SCE Cal CCA proposal, that are like being considered there. And like, if that is what's adopted, how well would IRP work? So it's might be worth adding that as a express prong, that like, hey, let's make sure that we take a look at how well these interact when considering any proposal.
Okay, great.
And we are getting a few chats, so if you want me to read them, let me know, Katie.
That would be helpful. Sorry, Jamie, it just it doesn't seem to show up in my window.
No worries. It looks like we got a comment from Ed. The magnitude of the transition away from dispatchable resources to use limited resources will require significant learning by the grid operator. Getting the ex ante rules are important, but we should avoid making the perfect the enemy of the better. I don't know if you have a response to that, or I could keep going. There's another comment from Ian White. The forthcoming NWPP-RA construct in the PAC Northwest and Rockies region has improvements over the California RA program, namely a seasonal approach to RA, a deliverability construct, as well as forward program. This as long will probabilistic PRMs and grid planning methodologies would be a large improvement along with. Also of note is the program being bottom up and fit for purposes as opposed to California's top-down prescriptive approach. Something to think about. And another comment from Ian, the California region and CPUC jurisdictional entities might want to take a look at the program and see if there is an upside, any upsides ideas within it.
So if I could chime in there for a second for Ian, how would that in your mind translate to criteria to determine whether various reform proposals are better at creating a future program than others? Are there criteria that you think emerge from what the Northwest Power Pool is doing that we should be thinking about in this proceeding? Are there problems that it is solving for that we're not addressing here?
Well, Arthur, I wonder that Ian's comments sort of make me think back to one of the conclusions from the convenings, which was that California RA program needs to, I don't recall the exact words, but interact with the with our neighboring regions more intentionally. Or, you know, those aren't the exact words, but something along those lines. And I observed that the criteria, I don't think so far have something that understand or asks that type of question. So I wonder if from your opinion, if that is embedded into one of the evaluation criteria already, or if that is something that may need to be added.
A great question. And one of my questions, being a lawyer by training, I always answer questions with other questions, so I apologize for that. But when we think about integrating with our neighbors, and that basic concept is in the criteria, to what extent does resource adequacy in California need to work well with resource adequacy in the Northwest or in any other of the neighbors that are considering their own programs? Should we be, if we're going to be trading back and forth, should their programs be more alike? That's something we talk about in our draft paper, and you'll see in the final paper that they're recognizing that some of these issues are irreducibly complex. The more simple and uniform they are, the easier it would likely be to transact with neighbors. Is that something that people agree with? And if it is, should we be thinking in California that about criteria for our program that play nicely with criteria that our neighbors might adopt? It looks like
Is the first question there then, does simplicity imply that a California RA program would then interact with our neighbors successfully?
well, I not to turn this into the Katie and Arthur show, although it's really a lot of fun to talk about this stuff. We definitely want to hear what you all think. I'd say it's fair to say when I've talked to people in neighboring states and regions, the number one thing that people complain about in California's resource adequacy program is its complexity, and that in and of itself deters participation. It deters investment. It deters desire to try to plan the market, and that has, of course, impacts on cost and on performance. And I think it's also fair to say that neighboring states don't have the resources to have this many people on a workshop to think about these things. So, it's a question to you all, and many of you are participating in multiple markets. Does the RA program's complexity act as a deterrent? Is that just anecdotal on my part? And is there a benefit to trying to find a more simple rubric? Does that enhance regional participation and integration and coordination? Jamie has her hand up.
I just want to read a comment that just came in from John Leslie. Northwest Power Pool program could contribute to making the program simpler, as well as encouraging competition and innovation. Also, it will provide access to the resources needed. So looking at Northwest Power Pool would serve multiple criteria. I guess one of the questions or the comments that I had in listening to this discussion is that, I guess having a resource adequacy program in California, but not having that same type of capacity construct or market throughout the West. For it to work, wouldn't it need to be kind of a level playing field where everybody has a mandatory requirement that's similar for it to kind of make sure that it's equitable across the region, not like a voluntary program?
What do folks think about that?
And folks, I highly suggest raising a hand to speak up or leveraging the chat. Thank you so much, Jamie, for your help in facilitating this also.
So it looks like Steve Keen's had his hand up for a little bit, and Eric Little has his hand up as well.
So I'm not sure if Steve still has a question there. That was from before. So I'm gonna unmute Eric's mic here.
Yeah, this is Eric Little from SCE. I guess I'm just having trouble conceptually understanding where you're trying to go with this discussion. The idea of RA becoming region-wide is going to take way more than we can do through this RA OIR. And honestly is something that other states are only starting to think about starting their own type of an RA program. And I think while there is general agreement that the idea of performing more region-wide types of planning analysis, whether it's your IRP that is getting your reliability or your RA program that's getting your reliability, that those need to happen. I'm just concerned that within track 3B2, I don't know that's something that we can tackle at this point in time. So I'm inclined to look more at California's resource adequacy program and how California's resource adequacy program can ensure that it has sufficient resources to be able to keep the lights on. I do think that we need to have discussions more in California's IRP space about how we integrate California's planning to build and develop new resources along with what other states are doing to A, build and develop new resources, but B, to shut down resources, because that's happening widely throughout the West as well. So I think there are two levels here, but the discussion that you're having right now about an integrated RA program throughout the West, it would be a great to have, but I think we're way early on that for the start of the process.
So thanks for that, Eric. If I can jump in there, I didn't intend to suggest that we should be developing a regional program just yet or in this proceeding. So apologies if I gave that impression. What I was trying to ask, and maybe this is also premature, is whether the reforms that are under consideration would help ease the way towards that, recognizing that our reliability and even the objectives of our resource adequacy program, narrowly construed, increasingly is going to rely on interaction with neighbors. So if that's the case, and if I'm wrong, please go ahead and say so. But if that's the case, then if for meeting our reliability targets, we're going to be needing to be considering what's happening with our other neighbors and to be importing and exporting to some degree to achieve RA objectives, then are the reforms that we're considering easing that or making it more complicated? Not whether it's creating a regional program.
Yeah, so Arthur, I think that those are all good points, but they're all much more in planning space than they are in resource adequacy space. I mean, that's where that conversation needs to happen. In the RA space, we have to figure out how for this summer and for coming summers over the next few years, how we're going to make sure that the grid remains reliable. So even the track 3B2 proposals are based upon the idea that California is going to continue to have an RA program and all the other entities are going to continue to do what they do. Whether we have a more comprehensive meeting of the minds throughout the West is going to have to happen in some other process. For California, there's import rules when it comes to RA, and that's the area where you might be able to make things simpler to be able to encourage others to participate within California. But at the same time, you also have to recognize that right now the rules for import are, well, before the must self-schedule or must bid $0 were about as simple as you could get them. And there were problems associated with that where when the imports were expected to be brought in, they were being brought in at $1,000 prices. So there were rules that were developed to ensure that the reliability was actually there, that the capacity was actually dedicated to California. There's now proposals to make that even more stringent with having unit specific, all those types of things that are going on. So it's all a discussion that needs to happen. There's no doubt about it. But the portion of this that really relates to neighboring balancing authorities is frankly limited to those import type discussions and how you deal with imports within resource adequacy. The remainder of it is really a planning discussion of how do we ensure that all of the neighbors are working well together to ensure that their plans to remain reliable throughout WEC are maintained.
Thanks for that, Eric. I think so. So what I'm hearing out of this discussion is that in terms of regional coordination, there doesn't need to be a specific evaluation criteria geared towards regional coordination at this point. While that may be a longer term goal in terms of proposals in track 3B, that is not a priority question to be asking of proposals. But what I did hear again is this need for coordination amongst planning activities within California and how RA proposals are either taking those planning processes into consideration or actively coordinating with them. So appreciate that input. And looking at the time, we have around 25 minutes left in our session this morning. I do want to come to this question of how the criteria actually function when they're applied, and whether the way that we're asking the question or the way that we're framing the questions need to be refined in order to be applicable to proposals that will be submitted at the end of the month. So in anticipation of a little bit of a silent pause, I would ask the audience then to think about these criteria relative to either proposals that you've made or proposals that you've heard in the RA proceeding, and think about whether, especially for the first criteria on reliability and the third criteria on availability of resources, imagine if decision makers and stakeholders just asked themselves these questions while they were reviewing proposals. In that action, are the key points that you want to make about your proposal obvious as they're being reviewed? If these evaluation criteria are applied to proposals, is that enough to get to the outcomes that you're seeking in RA reform? So we'll take a couple of minutes here to leave some space for you all to reflect on how the criteria would actually apply, and if there are nuances or details that need to be included so that the criteria are ensuring that the outcomes that you're seeking in RA reform are actually occurring.
We do have another hand raised. Katie or Arthur, let me know if you want to take other questions or comments. There's also some people in the chat putting in comments.
Thanks, Jamie. So for me, the objective of the remainder of our time together is to gain insight from the audience on whether and how the criteria need to be refined to be sort of practically applicable or productive towards the reform outcomes that stakeholders are seeking. So I, of course, invite Greg to speak up. Curious what you have to say, and of course comments in the chat are welcome towards that end as well.
All right, Greg, I unmuted your mic.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, I think this is a good segue to Eric's point. Regional coordination is probably too much to ask for at this point. But in terms of the regionality, I think, and this goes to your point, Katie, about how to apply the criteria. I think regional compatibility might be a better way to frame it at this point in time. And to some extent, that idea is captured by the third criteria from Arthur's list when it refers to imports. So, but in terms of how to apply these things, I think we should be looking at incremental improvements. I don't think we can satisfy necessarily any of these criteria perfectly, but as kind of a mental exercise, as we're looking at the different proposals, say, okay, for this criteria, does this proposal improve the situation or does it make it worse? And on the regionality issue, I think regional compatibility, that should be something that we think about as we're looking at making a major restructuring of the program, or even or something, maybe something less radical. But in evaluating, okay, is this going to help this particular issue or make it worse? I think is a good way to look at the application of the criteria.
Thank you, Greg. You're making me wonder whether we should just get rid of the criteria and just have that question. But I think that's helpful, and I do think we want to think about, are we making improvements, and whether one proposal is making more improvements than another, or what aspects of each proposal make improvements. But the one thing that I want to reflect on is that the consensus of the people that we spoke with in our process was that we want to try to make the program more consistent with what the future will look like. And so that suggests that, and there's also a lot of frustration with the patches on the existing program. So do we want to go beyond that, whether it's just an improvement or not? And do we want to be thinking about, okay, are we shifting the paradigm to better meet the challenges that we have on resources, on demand, on conditions that we're facing?
So I echo Arthur's thanks to Greg for that insight. So what I'm hearing then in terms of applying the evaluation criteria is that one approach is to have these criteria and ask a simple sort of yes, no. Does the proposal make an improvement upon the current paradigm based on sort of what we know in the proposal? So that's a pretty straightforward, yes, it's an improvement, or no, it makes it worse. I wonder if anyone out there has thoughts on more specific metrics that may be applied within the criteria, or whether more specific metrics are even necessary for the criteria, or if it's enough to move forward with sort of a up, down, or yes, no on each of these criteria as they're applied to proposals.
Katie, I'm seeing a bunch of things in the chat from Ian White, and he's talking about unmuting his mic. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you, Ian, to give you an opportunity to speak to some of the comments you're putting in. That's okay? All right, your line has been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I was having a settings issue. Just speaking to my earlier comments, I think that any attempt to make the RA program in California more simpler and more seamless, I think would be a current improvement. One example I gave in the chat of a level of complexity of the program that is present is the disaggregation of the PG&E region for local RA, and you have local and you have system, and then you have a monthly and yearly obligations. It gets very very complex and very even sometimes difficult to comply with local orders for local areas. I only brought up the Northwest Power Pool program because that's something that's being done in this space in our region that is frankly a different approach than California has taken. And I thought it would be good just to be clear-eyed and be intellectually honest and open to exploring what options that they're looking at, and maybe those would or wouldn't work in California. I think a seasonal approach, I really like the fact that they're going with a seasonal approach. RA capacity under that construct is just kind of considered system. There are some questions of like transmission and deliverability that they're working through in the process. Obviously, the market dynamics up there are different than in California. But I do think that it would be interesting to see if there's any overlap that could be applied to California. The other thing is, you have talked about kind of the forward planning methodologies that may or may not be a part of an RA reform proposal. And so I don't want to go down the rabbit hole too much, but I do think that, looking at some recommendations that came out of the CPUC, CEC, and CAISO 3-agency final report is moving towards more probabilistically determined planning reserve margins as opposed to a fixed PRM would be good. I think the other thing is looking at capacity contributions for resources and really getting net qualifying capacities right based upon different resource types and outages, et cetera, so that when there is a contingency, we can really count upon those resources, and no resources being committed to two different entities, or overstating or understating qualifying capacities. So those are just kind of some thoughts. And so I did want to just kind of leave it there. It's kind of high level. And the other thing that, and I don't know if this is kind of a general comment, but one of the things that I've kind of heard when I've been listening to some of these proceedings is this idea that when we contract for capacity, that energy is included in that construct. And capacity is sort of like a simple option in that you contract for the capacity, and then when it's called upon, you deliver energy. I do want to caution, I guess, against this notion that that energy, converting capacity to energy, is just included, and so when you deploy capacity as energy, you still, under the model, you still have to pay a marginal price for the energy based upon a clearing price or based upon a bid price for your unit type, et cetera. So I do want to kind of bring attention to that nuance, that when you contract for RA capacity, it just doesn't, the energy is not thrown in along with it. So those are just some general high level comments. So thanks for taking this, and I really, really appreciate the open discussion here today. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ian. So again, looking at the time, we have another 10 or 15, 14 minutes left in our session this morning. If I could just go over what I'm hearing about the evaluation criteria, and of course, welcome folks to raise their hands or use the chat to either correct me or add on to this. So coming back to the very beginning, I feel like what we heard was one suggestion to drop the need for a criterion on program simplicity, that there is inherent complexity in meeting bulk system reliability and ensuring availability of resources. And so simplicity may not be an effective criterion for proposals. But on the other hand, we've also heard that simplicity is necessary in order to effectively coordinate with our neighbors, in order for market participants to just have sort of ease and access to the market. So the door remains open on that one, I think. What we've also heard is that the first criteria on ensuring bulk power system reliability and the third criteria on increasing the availability of resources are two criteria that should be emphasized in evaluating RA reform proposals, and that the other criteria in this list may just serve to sort of support those two overarching criteria for what an RA program needs to accomplish. And then reflecting on Ian's comments a little bit, I feel like what I'm hearing is a sense of, or what I'm hearing is a need for more detail on how reliability is defined, or how we're assessing whether a proposal will result in reliability or not. I think Ian shared that seasonality may be important, that probabilistic PRMs may be warranted in this space. So I wonder if there are others on the line that find that reliability, that we need to dive a little bit deeper into how we're defining reliability, and to have, and I'm curious whether we need specific metrics related to reliability, or whether it is sort of a yes/no question when you get to proposal evaluation. So I welcome comments on that, whether reliability needs specific metrics, and what those metrics may be.
I did get a chat from Scott Olson. I'm just going to read it. And Scott, if you do want to talk, please just raise your hand and I'll unmute you. Having each proposal develop some degree of quantifiable results through independent modeling would be very useful to stakeholders to assess the ability of each to meet reliability goals and what the impact on resource availability and cost may be. Qualitative statements on the potential benefits of the proposals are less helpful to determine if the complexity added is worthwhile. And then I see Peter has his hand raised. I'm going to unmute you, Peter.
Yeah, this is Peter Griffiths. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to point out to some degree is I think all of the proposals to a varying degree can get to a specific level of reliability. I think there's enough variability in each of the proposals that it's not necessarily a question of yes, no, does it get there? It's in my mind, to some degree, it's a separate question as to what level of reliability are we trying to get to. And I think each of the proposals and each of the programs can be adjusted essentially to get to that level of reliability. So having that have a criteria, in my mind, certainly the way I think about it is, that's a completely separate question as to what the level of reliability is. And I think all of the proposals that have been put to date basically can get to whatever level of reliability that you want to have, and you want to see for the system.
Thank you for that, Peter. That's really helpful, and it's something I should have included from the very start. Is that there are lots of questions involved with what the level of reliability is that we're trying to get to. That's not something we tried to tackle. Rather, we tried to tackle what's the mechanism to adopt, and does that mechanism work better or less well against the objectives that we're trying to achieve, not the technical reliability objectives, but the suite of objectives for a working program. One suggestion, as people are thinking about this, and again, we know this is a little bit of a hard conversation and sometimes a little abstract. If you're thinking about a rating sheet, if you're thinking about a matrix, and you're looking at, you take a step back and from your own proposals, and you think about, if you were a commissioner, if you were energy division, if you were trying to evaluate whether these different proposals are better or worse against different criteria, what would that rating sheet look like? What would the matrix of values look like? How would you rate different proposals against each other? That's what we were hoping to provide. I'm not sure that we did, and we really want to hear your thoughts about how we could better achieve that objective. So if you have any thoughts about that you weren't able to express today, we took a lot of notes, and you gave us a lot of food for thought, and I'm certainly rethinking some of the things that I was proposing to say, but we would really like to hear from you with that grading sheet notion in mind. What should the rubric look like for judging different proposals?
It looks like we have 3 hands raised. So I'm just going to go down in order. Greg, I'll unmute you first, and then Scott Olson has his hand up, as well as Nick Pappas. So we'll go in that order. I know there's only about 7 minutes left before we have to move into the next presentation, but we'll hopefully get to all three. Is that okay with you, Katie and Arthur?
That's great. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. So I think for the first criteria, provide the resources needed for bulk power system reliability. That's kind of a binary, right? Either it works or it doesn't. And then perhaps for the other criteria, a simple 5-point scale from the surveys you get all the time now when you do something online, customer service. Very satisfied as to very unsatisfied, but of course not satisfied is not the right question, but that might be a way for us to kind of look at everything and be able to understand it simply for the different criteria. But of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that just because one is a 5 on the positive end of the scale and the other one is a 1, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to torpedo that specific proposal. I think it depends upon what the criteria is that we're looking at.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, Scott, I just unmuted you.
Great, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I want to second what Peter said about, I think all three of the proposals have the ability certainly to meet the criteria of meeting the reliability metrics, such as a loss of load probability. And my comment in the chat was to say some sort of rigorous analysis needs to be done to set that as the baseline, to say, can it be done to meet these new requirements for what we deem as key reliability? That should be a minimum criteria. And then from there, I think assessing some of the other factors, and in my mind, both simplicity and cost are probably the two main ones. And both of those need to be taken into consideration, because you could have a very, very simple approach by just saying, hey, let's raise the PRM to 30%, 50%. That solves your problem very, very easily, but it's going to be very expensive. So you'd never want to do something like that. So when you assess those two bases after establishing that the reliability is met, then I think you have a much better understanding of the type of program that makes the most sense moving forward.
All right, thank you, Scott. Nick, I'm going to go to you next. I'll unmute you.
Hey, thanks, Jamie. This is Nick from CalCCA. So I just want to say, I think this is a really important discussion, both what are the criteria and how the different proposals meet them. I think it's probably too big of a question for one panel, but I think it's really great that this is sort of teeing the discussion up over the next couple of days. We've incorporated a very similar set of questions into our discussion tomorrow on the SE CalCCA proposal, and hope to dive in a little bit further. I did want to just suggest on the very last bullet, or the second to last bullet, favor long-term regulatory certainty, et cetera. I think there's a lot to unpack here, and I just wanted to flag a couple items that sort of sub-bullets within this as we go through the next couple days. So we've been thinking of this as a broad sort of implementation and integration category, and there's a lot of flags you could think about in here. So to what degree are the proposals implementable in the context of current state law, current federal law, FERC jurisdiction, et cetera? To what degree do they impact contracts? I don't have a very precise number, but let's assume there's maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in current RA contract value streams in current contracts over the next few years that are already signed, sort of with uncertainty about what the future reform is. So how do these proposals impact those? And then also, how does this transition impact the sort of financeability and developability of new resources as we go into a period where we're really going to need to be building a lot over the next few years? So I just want to flag those. I really think this is a great sort of start of a discussion over the next few days, and I appreciate you guys bringing these forward to tee up the workshops.
All right, and I think we have one more hand raised, if we can take it from Steve Greenleaf. I will go ahead. Oh, I don't see a mic, Steve, so I'm not sure how you're connected on the audio, but if you do have a, I guess, comment or question, you can put it into the chat. Apologies, I just don't see a mic to unmute.
No worries. Thank you, Jamie, so much for your help in facilitating this morning. And thank you to everyone for your input on the evaluation criteria for RA reform. I'll quickly review what I heard and sort of, I think what we're working with is that for me, my main takeaway is that the first criteria on ensuring bulk power system reliability and the third criteria on increasing the availability of resources, that those are priority criteria for proposals for RA reform. And that the other criteria here are also important but help to sort of support those two priority criteria. And that there are some suggestions on, leveraging a scale for these criteria or implementing them as sort of binary answers, but that more discussion will come over the next few days on how we can continue to refine the evaluation criteria. So thank you again to Jamie and Wanan and Energy Division for having us. Thanks, Arthur, for setting up this discussion as well. Really appreciate you having us here.
Thanks, everyone. And again, as you're thinking through these proposals and hearing about them over the next couple of days, think about how to discern between them and how to move the ball forward as much as we can. And we welcome your feedback. Have a good rest of the workshops.
All right, thank you so much, Katie and Arthur. We are going to move over to PG&E's hedging proposal or contract hedge proposal. And I have put Luke, Rhett, Maggie, and Peter in the panelist box. I'll take Katie and Arthur out in a minute. I'm going to put the presentation. I'm going to give this over to Maggie. Is that correct? Can you confirm? Okay.
Okay, this is about PPR. Maggie, can you go to the next slide? Okay, so thank you, Arthur and Katie. So good morning, everyone. So for the remainder of the day,
hold on, Rhett. I'm just gonna jump in real fast. Maggie's not the presenter yet, so I'm still changing her to that role.
Okay.
So Maggie, I think you'll have to share your screen.
Okay, give me 1 second and I will do that. Thanks, Jamie.
Great.
Okay, can you see my screen?
We can. You'll probably want to put it into presentation mode.
Okay, give me 1 quick second and I will do that. Rhett, if you want to start with the ground rules, I will be pulling up the PowerPoint.
Okay, I'm just waiting until it goes into full screen.
I'm going to need 1 second to pull up the final presentation, Rhett. So please feel free to go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of work off this slide. So for the remainder of the day, PG&E will be doing a deeper dive in both its contract hedge proposal and slice of date proposal. So you can see we have a pretty tight schedule. We're going to be focusing on the contract hedge proposal first, then a break for lunch, and then come back to focus on the slice of date proposal. I did want to flag the slice of date topics with a little more depth will be the topic on determining the seasons and slices, and then the section after that, which is resource counting. Covering the proposals in depth will really be, I'm going to hand that to Luke Nickerman and Peter Griffiths. But we did want to outline a few ground rules, which we can move to the next slide. So please mute your microphone or audio to allow those on the line to hear the speaker. We do ask that while in specific topics, please submit your questions through the chat function. There are quite a number of slides, and we're hoping to at least go through all of the slides before we start to take questions. But we will try to spend at least the last 10 minutes of each section trying to address those questions that we receive in the chat. If there's any questions that we really can't get through within the session time window, there will be another 30 minutes allocated at the end for Q&A. At that time, we'll ask the speaker, or I'm sorry, individuals or participants to raise their hand, and they'll be called upon by the facilitator. That 30-minute Q&A is meant to be more of a dialogue in structure. So we'll, you get a chance to raise your hand, we'll unmute you, and you can have follow-up conversation or questions on the proposals. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Peter, who will start on the contract hedge proposal.
Unmute myself here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let's go to the next slide, contract hedge proposal. PG&E pretty much put together this contract hedge proposal largely because of the commission had expressed an interest in having the RA program have an impact on energy market prices. That sort of was very much a feature of the program when it was originally set up, and as it was implemented, it wasn't necessarily designed into the program, but that's the way it had worked. And so the mechanism, and we've seen that essentially go away over time. I mean, I think it's fairly well documented in terms of what's happened with the RA only contracts and moving away from tolling arrangements. So what we tried to do was to find a framework that was implementable, that would address some of the concerns that the commission has addressed. And so we'd also want to look to see if we can address high prices. And there we did put together a proposal, and we filed that proposal with the commission in the December 18th proposals, or on the filing. But I would say now we have essentially two proposals. We have a second proposal that I'm going to be talking about now. I'm actually going to be talking about both of them because I think both of them are still perhaps viable and are, from our perspective, it makes sense to if there is something that doesn't work with the proposal, is there a way to change it to make it more palatable or more workable, and what is the impact of that? And so what we've got now is we've got the original proposal, which is the one we submitted on December 18th. And then we also commented on an Energy Division bid cap proposal that the Energy Division put forward in track 3B.1. And that was in our comments on the Energy Division proposals. And so we're going to basically suggest a little bit of an alternative that's more in line with what we're proposing here. So next slide, please, Maggie. The problem statement, for the most part, in terms of what we're trying to do, is basically to have to find something that to replace the fact that we don't have, for the most part, tolling contracts anymore. They were originally held by the IOUs, who were subject to least cost dispatch. What that meant, for the most part, is that the RA program really did play a role in essentially making sure that there was enough energy in the energy market and that it was at a reasonable price. And so what we're trying to do is to move, and we've moved essentially to RA only contracts for a variety of reasons, in terms of, for various things, in terms of needing capacity and not necessarily needing the energy, or not wanting to have necessarily the energy from a particular resource. So what we tried to do is to is to propose something and to address the concerns that has been expressed by the commission. And so we're trying to provide an incentive for the generators to bid into the ISO market at levels that provide an efficient outcome sort of in that market. And it's a fairly tall order, I would say. But let's go to the next slide, please. What we're trying to do is align the RA compensation of a unit to a unit's performance in the energy market on an ex post basis. So essentially, you do a contract, the LSE has a contract with the resource that has performance metrics in that essentially are dependent upon how the resource performs in the energy market. And so the way we set it up and the way we thought about it to some degree is by having an incentive in those capacity payments, essentially for how it produces in the energy market, it would basically be a way to be able to essentially to get at that cost. So, for example, if you know what a thermal unit's costs are, fuel, variable O&M, emissions cost, if you can specify those in the contract up front, and then certainly set up a mechanism, a rebate mechanism, where essentially the generator, after producing in the market, depending upon what the market outcome was, then had a requirement to rebate back to the LSE, essentially a payment based on its performance in the energy market, or what happened with the outcome of the energy market. And the way we thought about this is that if it would have to be, this kind of a contract feature would have to be required by the commission, essentially to be able to be put into place for this to work. What this will do, though, is this really ties together the performance of the value of the capacity as capacity with sort of whatever the energy market margins or revenues essentially from the generator on an ex post basis. That's going to increase essentially the cost, the upfront cost of the capacity, largely because of the fact that the generators under the current paradigm essentially get to keep that energy market margin or revenue from that, and essentially by having to rebate some of that back to the LSEs, it essentially means that they would have to be able to recoup that. So those would increase prices or increase the cost of those contracts. However, those costs would be offset for the most part for the LSE based on the rebate payments. Also, it would be a benefit to the LSE because you're really providing a hedge. And there's a hedge essentially to the LSE that they know that they won't have to pay. If energy prices go above a certain level, essentially they will essentially get paid back for whatever that margin is above that level that is contracted. So it turns the RA market or the RA contract from essentially a capacity only type of thing where it is in a RA only deal to something that is a hedge and a rebate. So it's changing RA somewhat from being strictly capacity to being capacity perhaps and hedge. So let me go to the next slide where I believe we have an illustrative example where we have say a thermal unit. It has a generator heat rate of 9,000 MMBTU per megawatt hour, has a variable cost of $5. It has a fuel price or a fuel price index. I think that's one of the things that certainly was brought to our attention when we put this forward is that we basically first said it should just be a single price. But that essentially puts all of the fuel price risk essentially on the generator. Now that could be mitigated by the generator essentially by signing a fuel contract or a forward fuel contract. But essentially we're basically saying now it could be based on a price index and an emissions cost. So you put all of those things together, you get a variable cost. It's a rebate, and the rebate amount essentially would be for the quantity of the contract, the megawatts, times whatever the LMP is of that generator at that location, minus whatever the specified variable cost is. So if the LMP basically goes above the variable cost, essentially that margin, for the most part, the energy margin that would be provided by the generator essentially gets rebated back to the LSE. you could do something like this. You wouldn't necessarily have to set it up in exactly the way we've got it here, but this would essentially provide an incentive to the generator essentially to bid at its variable cost. So let's go to the next slide. We put this proposal in our proposal. I mean, you know, we actually specified this, and we got a number of comments, and there were a lot of comments on this. You know, questions about the Commission's authority to dictate contract terms and enforce energy-based bidding. I think to some degree, you know, those are probably legitimate questions in terms of to what degree can the Commission require it. I think the Commission does have a fair amount of latitude over what is in capacity contracts or capacity requirements. The question to some degree is whether or not what impact that has on the energy market and whether or not you're influencing the energy prices by doing that. There's also comments that we received that it deviates too far from a market-based model to a cost-based, administratively heavy approach. And this criticism, I think, is actually quite a valid criticism, is that under this proposal, if you were basically to try and make sure that every generator, every fossil generator essentially had to sign this kind of contract, you have to do a whole lot of checking about sort of, okay, what is the heat rate? What is the fuel cost? What is the variable O&M? You know, all of those things would have to be checked and have to be looked at and agreed to by both the LSC and perhaps the Commission, if the Commission is basically saying whether or not the contract is conforming to what the requirement is. So that approach, or this approach, is very administratively heavy, both on the part for the LSEs, I think, but also I think on Energy Division or on the Commission essentially to check to make sure that the contracts are conforming to what the requirements are, depending upon how those requirements are specified. There were also questions about how this approach would apply to hydro, storage, import, and DR resources. All of those things sort of came up. We certainly think there are ways to potentially do it for these types of resources, although again, it's a question of sort of how much and whether or not this is going to be something that will be a required part of the of all RA contracts or a required part of only some RA of the portfolio. So there's some questions there. You know, setting marginal costs for resources could be difficult. That's absolutely true, certainly for the ones listed in the bullet above. It fails to recognize to some degree some of the other incentives that suppliers might have to bid. I don't want to push too hard on this one because some of those incentives, you know, it's unclear what exactly those would be or how that might have an impact. It would require renegotiation of most current RA contracts. I think to some degree, I think that's also legitimate in terms of most RA contracts today don't have this. So to have it be a requirement that's suddenly put on all RA contracts, I think would also be a commercial burden to be put into place, and that should be taken into account. And also transferring the energy margins to the buyer leaves the seller with operating risks, and there are operating risks there. Say if the plant is out for some reason or basically isn't able to bid into the market. You know, the idea to some degree is that there would still be the obligation to be able to make that rebate payment. So all of these were points that were made in the comments on the proposal. I think a good number of them are legitimate, and you know, to some of these I think they might be addressed. Some of them might not be addressed, but for the most part, you know, they are the comments, and I think you know, we acknowledge that a good number of them are valid and should go into weighing as to whether or not this proposal should be or should not be adopted. Again, the Commission is going to have to make a decision as to what is the benefit of having this type of a framework versus what are the costs, both on the parties and on essentially the compliance aspect of that, and whether or not those benefits outweigh the cost in the particular way that it's set up. So let me go now to sort of the second proposal that we had, which is based on the comments that we filed in response to Energy Division's proposal on a bid cap. Instead of having a bid cap, which I think the idea from Energy Division was basically, and we'll learn more about this on Wednesday, was to have essentially a requirement that the generators bid not above a certain level. And there was some question as to how that would be put into the contract, or the requirement of the contract to be able to do that. From our perspective, we think that you might be able to accomplish the same sort of thing by essentially using a rebate type of mechanism. And it's the same sort of, limit market power, and you're not going to get necessarily an efficient dispatch, but you're going to get some hedging out of this type of a proposal. So a bid cap would require basically checking large amounts of bidding data, essentially sort of on an ex post basis, to be able to see what that is. If you had a rebate type of proposal, it basically automatically, anytime essentially the price is above a certain level, a rebate was made, or price was made. And this basically, this approach for the most part would essentially be able to, if you were to do it on a rebate type of basis, might be more easily put forward. So why don't we go to the next slide for an example. Say there's a rebate amount. The rebate amount essentially would be based on what the contract size is, and then sort of what the LMP of the generator is, minus whatever price hedge or trigger price that was put into place. If the LMP is greater than the price hedge or the price trigger, essentially a rebate would go back to the LSC holding the contract. So, simple example here, trigger level is say $500, LMP is say $550, the contract is for $50. The calculation is there in terms of what the rebate would be. This wouldn't necessarily provide the incentive to the generator essentially to bid its marginal cost, as it would sort of under the previous, or under the other PG&E proposal, but it would essentially provide a hedge and a required hedge. Now, if contracts essentially were required to have this rebate feature. Now, some pros and cons to this, and I want to say that there are pros and cons to this. Certainly you would have to think about what level that would be in terms of what the price hedge was. Should that be something that's required by the commission? Should it be left to the LSEs that it has to be at a certain level or below, say $500 or $300 or $700, whatever the commission decides the right level is? There also essentially changes a bit the nature of the capacity contract, because if you have different LSEs essentially having different trigger prices on this hedge, essentially that means different amounts of rebates that have to be essentially paid back from the generator to the LSE. And that basically changes to some degree the nature of what resource adequacy is, or the simple capacity characteristic that is embodied in resource adequacy. Essentially, you're overlaying it essentially also a hedging function. And so you basically are paying not just for the capacity, but also for a hedged level of capacity. And so one way, and so essentially, if you think about it, if you have a different contract, if you have the same generator that has a different trigger, if it's a higher trigger, that'll be a different price than if it's a lower trigger to some degree in terms of the way that pays. So it does get at essentially not making sort of all capacity be the same or look the same to some degree in terms of pricing, because you're adding essentially that hedging component. The other thing that it does for the most part is, one way to get around that is if the commission were to set a single value, and that would be applicable, say, to all contracts. The problem to some degree with that is you have to start thinking about what the level of that is, and generators that have a cost above that. And it's possible for generators essentially to have a cost above that, or potentially to have a cost above that. And so that is something that would also have to be thought about and addressed in that manner. So this other approach, this contract hedge example for the most part, is similar to the previous proposal that we put forward, but it also, for the most part, has some issues with it as well. And we wanted to make sure that we highlighted some of those. So with that, let me see if there are questions. I think some questions did pop up.
Yeah, Peter, we got a question from Eric. So it's kind of a 2/3-part question. So the first one is, who decides what a reasonable price is for the resource to bid for energy?
That's a good question. In terms of if you're setting it up, ideally you would want to provide the incentive to the generator to bid efficiently in the market, and so you would want to try and get those set as closely as possible to the marginal cost of the generator in terms of what the trigger is. Now, that's hard to do, and it's hard to sort of say, yes, it's the right level, or no, it's not the right level. And so it is a difficult challenge to be able to set that price and to set it on a resource by resource basis. Ultimately, the question is the LSE who's signing the contract has to be comfortable with it, and perhaps the commission has to be also comfortable with the contracts that are getting signed. So it's not something that's an easy problem. It's not something that's easily solved per se, other than the fact that whoever is the counterparties to the contract have to be comfortable with it, and the commission has to be comfortable with it in that same sort of way. So I hope that answers the first question.
Okay, and the next question is, how will this address use limited resources for which the relevant cost is the opportunity cost? If someone decides they don't want an energy hedge, what prevents them from agreeing to a price of, say, $1,000, which they simply never anticipate getting a rebate, but do get to count it as RA?
No, I mean, those questions, and again, this is going, I think, to the second proposal, not so much to the first proposal in terms of the contract type. And those are really good questions in terms of who gets to decide what that price hedge is. Is it the commission? Is the commission going to say, I want to see this rebate feature in all RA contracts or in some portion of the RA contracts? You know, and are they going to specify for the most part what that hedge price is? Now, I think the commission does certainly has some interest in making sure that you know, costs to consumers are reasonable, and so they may want to be able to set it at whatever level that they want to set it at. And I could see perhaps a mechanism where the commission could set it at a level, you know, not to exceed. It could certainly let LSEs sign contracts to lower levels if they wanted to. But again, this changes the nature of RA to some degree. You're not getting necessarily a pure capacity price. You're getting a capacity plus hedge price. And that may vary essentially by what the expectation is of the amount that the generator would operate, as well as what that trigger price is. And so, you know, there are some questions about sort of how this would work and how it would be set up. And certainly from our perspective, we're just putting it out there as an option, like the first option, and want to make sure that it gets at least aired and you know, the pros and cons put out in the ways so that the commission can make a good decision about it. Other questions?
Okay. We have two questions from Brian. So Peter, you mentioned that RA-only contracts have largely replaced tolling agreements for a number of reasons. Would you mind discussing what those reasons are?
A lot of those reasons, I mean, you know, a lot of it, I think, has to do with the fact that there are multiple objectives when LSEs are signing contracts. They need to procure energy to meet their load. They need to procure capacity essentially to meet their RA requirement. They need to basically also have a certain RPS goal. And so to some degree, as essentially the RA program has moved away from essentially tying very, very closely the capacity to the energy of a particular resource, that is basically one of the features or one of the reasons why I think that's happened. And essentially, I would point to renewables, where essentially in a lot of cases, the renewable output, the output of a renewable, because it is only being counted at some level from an RA standpoint. It used to be on an exceedance basis. It's gone to ELCC. That essentially you've got a disconnect between essentially the energy that comes out of that resource and essentially the capacity that it can count for. And there's that disconnect to some degree. And so you have LSEs that want to have RPS and want to be able to have the RPS to make their energy and to meet their RPS goals, but they then also can't use all of that contracting essentially to be able to meet their capacity goals or their capacity requirements. And so I think part of the reason why you see RA only contracts for the most part is because the RA only contract for the most part, LSEs are not taking the energy from RA only contracts. So they're not responsible for whatever the emissions are of the RA of the contract that is being signed. And so I think that's one of the reasons essentially why we've gotten away from the capacity counting and the energy counting and sort of the multiple objectives of the LSE. And I think for good reason. I mean, I think for good reason that it's happened. You know, and that's probably one of the bigger reasons I think why we've moved to RA only contracts is that the energy needs and the capacity needs are not as well aligned now as they were when the RA program was started.
Okay, and the next question from Brian is, can Peter also discuss why PG&E's contract hedge proposal would be preferable to the commission rather than simply directing the IOUs to enter into tolls instead of RA only contracts?
Good question. The question basically is why make it a financial hedge rather than actually a physical hedge and a requirement essentially to tie the energy to the capacity. And again, I think part of the problem I think with that, or sort of making that requirement, the commission could make that requirement. Again, you have a disconnect between essentially what the capacity requirements are and how they're set and what the energy that's coming from that capacity is, how it's treated and how it's looked at. I think what this does to some degree, and you know, the reason why sort of PG&E has been thinking about this largely is because of the requirement in the CPE decision that required the CPE essentially to solicit for dispatch rights to the from the generator. And essentially, if it were a tolling arrangement to some degree, a tolling arrangement essentially implies that the LSE would be taking over the representation of that resource essentially to the ISO and perhaps becoming the scheduling coordinator. And for the most part, there's a question as to whether or not the LSE should or shouldn't be taking on that role or want to be taking on that role, particularly for resources for which, again, they don't necessarily need the energy output and to essentially meet their energy requirements. And so I think going to tolling arrangements, I think you would have a similar sort of problem if the commission were to basically say all RA contracts have to be tolling arrangements, because then you are requiring essentially the capacity or the energy to go along with the capacity. And certainly, given the objectives, particularly of RPS, you would have to look at that in the broader context of the public policy. You know, certainly with the GridWorks discussion, we heard that you need to take into account sort of what the objectives are of all of these different PUC programs, including IRP, including RA. I think RPS is a big one in there as well. And so I think you really need to be able to mesh those together and make sure that they're all working in the way that they should be working. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, looks like we have a few that raised their hands. So Mary Lynch, did you want to ask your question? I can see if I can unmute you here.
Yeah, great. Hi, Peter. I just wanted
Mary.
to ask a few, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. I just wanted to ask a couple of just clarifying questions to make sure I'm understanding the proposal. So in the first instance, where the rebate is the difference between the established cost for a unit that's under contract and the LMP. I get so you have to establish the cost. That could be kind of complicated.
Right.
But is it correct that the parties to the contract are free to negotiate that capacity price at whatever level they decide? There's no caps or floors or anything that go with that pricing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. There wouldn't be a cap sort of on what the capacity could say for what was in the price of the contract, nor would there be necessarily a requirement of a cap on sort of what the bid is. The incentive to some degree is because the rebate is based on, if you think about a generator's incentive, if a generator essentially bids for, say, twice what its variable costs are, and essentially doesn't get dispatched, essentially, but the LMP basically is above what its costs are. Essentially, it's on the hook essentially to make that payment to the LSE, even though it didn't operate.
Okay.
So its incentive to operate essentially is to bid at the variable cost.
Okay. And then in the example where there's a trigger, the trigger could either be set by the commission or could be an element that's negotiated in the RA contract.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. And then last question, in the is the rebate, as you've laid it out in your examples, is that every hour? I was a little bit confused just because I'm not good at math. You were multiplying megawatts by things that are in megawatt hours. So I just wasn't sure what the time period of the rebate was.
Yeah, it would be calculated on an hourly basis.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, and Doug had his hand raised, but I wasn't too sure if he still had a question. So, Doug, did you still have a question?
Yeah, sure. I also put it in the chat because I'm struggling with how to formulate it. Thanks so much, Peter. It's really interesting proposal, a lot to wrap my head around. So I'm really just trying to figure out how this works. And if I'm understanding it correctly, I'm wondering a little bit how this changes generators' behavior operating under this proposal rather than a price cap, because it seems to me like they'd be kind of in the same place, that anything above a certain amount doesn't really help them any. So I think from the generator's perspective, it's a wash. So that's kind of the first question.
No, I'm going to say you're talking about the second proposal in terms of the contract hedge, or the first one.
Yes.
The second one, you're absolutely right in terms of it doesn't do whatever that trigger price is for the rebate. It doesn't give them an incentive necessarily to bid above that, because if they were bidding above that, essentially whatever margin they would make above whatever that trigger was, is they would just have to essentially pay to the LSE.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the other part of the question is, so that actually from the LSE's perspective, they'd want to make sure those bids were as high as possible because they get rebates from it. And I don't know if there's any way for LSEs to game it.
It's not, well, they're going to say the generator would be essentially being one would be putting the bids into the market, and would be essentially be the ones who were interacting with the market. And so there would probably not be a way for the LSE to influence sort of what the bids were or how high the prices went.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Other than to basically say they don't want it to go a certain level and they're protected above that level, and that's pretty much a price hedge. And I'm this gets at the question of, aren't LSEs already hedging their energy prices? And the question is does the commission really need to be able to provide a requirement that there be a specific hedge for energy prices? And those are both legitimate questions.
Yeah. Okay, great, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, Peter, then we have two more questions from the chat, one from Bridget. And then the other one from Matt. So Bridget's question is, how would this proposal work for things like energy storage, where their costs aren't as well known or particularly driven by the energy market? What about cycling costs?
Those are good questions in terms of storage and how it applies to storage. And you know, we have thought about that some at PG&E. And the way we set it up is we set it up to some degree based on the prices in the market. To say that the daily prices in the market. So it wouldn't be for storage. It would not be a daily, or wouldn't be an hourly calculation about whether they were or weren't. It would probably be more like a daily calculation where essentially you want to provide the incentive for the storage device to be charging at the lowest prices of the day and discharging at the highest prices of the day. And so you could set it up, you could set the rebate up based on the difference between, say, the 4 hours with the highest prices versus the, minus the, sort of the charging time in terms of the lowest prices. And so to some degree that provides an incentive, that kind of a mechanism where you're basically triggering the rebate off of what those prices are, would provide the storage the incentive essentially to charge at the lowest prices and to discharge at the highest prices. In terms of quantities, you would have to adjust essentially the quantity of the rebate based on sort of what that is, what that differential is. So I hope that's helpful in terms of answering the question about storage.
Okay, and then I'll maybe go to Jose's question since it's somewhat linked. How is DR priced in this model?
How is DR priced?
Yes.
That's a good question. For the most part, demand response, this type of mechanism for demand response, to some degree, whoever the provider is of the demand response has an idea of what the triggering mechanism is, and so that might be the basis. But to be quite honest, that's a really good question, and I don't know that I've got an answer off the top of my head to be able to answer that. But that is a question that would have to probably be addressed. Again, having DR be efficiently dispatched in the market, you want it to be there, but you want it to be there when essentially the costs are for it makes sense to do. So that's a good question. I don't know that I've got something off the top of my head, but we'll have to, and I'm open to suggestions in terms of the way it might work for DR. So, if you've got any ideas, certainly let us know. We will be noting sort of what the pros and cons are of these approaches when we do our filing in a couple of weeks.
Okay, and then I'll go to Matt's question. It's 2 questions. So I'll go with the first one. Could the commission actually enforce hedging requirements by adding an energy hedge to RA?
If you're asking, I'm not sure what the question is. Is it, do they have the ability to?
Let's, Matt, why don't we unmute Matt?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Give me a second. I'm just having some technical difficulties. Give me a second.
Sure.
Hello?
All right, you're unmuted, Matt.
Okay. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Peter, my real question was really the second question. So, which is, as you pointed out, load serving entities already hedge. And even if you folded an energy hedge into the RA product, they would still be engaging in other types of hedging and potentially could undo the hedge provided by this new hedge that you're proposing with sort of offsetting transactions. So if the goal is really to, regulate hedging by LSEs? Does this approach accomplish that, or do you actually need to directly regulate hedging?
Certainly, Matt, you're right in that there are side arrangements that could be made that could undo this hedge.
Yeah.
That for which the commission would not have any knowledge of or any information about. And so you're really pointing to a question of can some of the requirements essentially that the commission puts in place be worked around and essentially be undone. I think that certainly before you would want to impose this, you might want to step back and sort of do some looking at sort of how much hedging are LSEs doing that the commission is overseeing in terms of on a regulatory basis. As far as I know, I'm not aware of any other than the IOUs where the commission does look at sort of what hedging plans that they have in place. I don't believe that the commission does that for other LSEs. Yeah. There's a question to some degree of what control do they have, how much should they mandate, how much, what's reasonable. I mean, the problem with hedging for the most part is that it really is a question of how much risk is the parties willing to bear. And it's a legitimate question, I think, as to, does the commission have a role in overseeing or having an influence on how much hedging goes on by their jurisdictional LNCs? From my perspective, my personal perspective is, and one of the reasons why sort of PG&E has been thinking about this to some degree is, if you have LSEs that are unhedged and we get very high prices, essentially there are consequences essentially of perhaps LSEs going out of business and their load going essentially back to the pollar or the provider of last resort. And so in my mind, that's sort of the only area where there might be a legitimate reason for the commission to say, look, we want to minimize the amount of this in and out by LSEs. And one way to try and ease that essentially is to put in a hedging requirement. Now, again, you're right in that, both generators and LSEs, both buyers and sellers have an incentive to hedge. And so assuming that they're doing that at this point in time, so having a regulatory requirement to do that will have to be done on a very careful basis, I would think, in terms of making sure that it's focused on what is the requirement, how does that interact with what other activities, how does that basically push aside sort of all of the activities, hedging activities? Is that the most efficient way to get the hedge? Those are all good questions, man, and I don't necessarily have an answer to sort of say what the right answer is.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot for that response. I agree completely that, if the goal is really hedging, it'd be good to have better information about what hedging is going on. And then I think we need to think a little bit harder about whether this kind of approach would actually work. The reason why we put it out there for the most part is because the commission seems to be interested in this, and so we want to put some options out there for discussion. And certainly the hedging proposal is very different from the bid cap proposal is very different than the variable cost proposal, which is trying to get at something else, which is essentially more of a least cost dispatch, which again, the commission, if there is sufficient competition in the generation market, there shouldn't necessarily be a need for ongoing or every hour essentially making sure that the generators are bidding at their marginal cost. Thanks, Peter.
Other questions?
Okay, Peter, doesn't look like we received any other questions.
Any hands raised?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay. With that, then I think I'm ready to leave this topic and go to lunch early. I think, Jamie, it's not a problem for us to go to lunch early and come back early?
Well, definitely not.
Okay.
Okay, so do we want, so we'll plan on being back here to start at 12 or I'm sorry, 1 p.m. sharp.
I would say let's rather than take a longer lunch break, I'd still like to take an hour. So how about we come back at say 10 minutes to 1?
Okay. That works. So I'll go ahead and stop the recording, and then all attendees and panelists should come back at 12:50.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, it's 12:50 and welcome back. We're going to be getting into PG&E's second proposal, the slice of day proposal. And so, Peter, I've started the recording on the WebEx, so I'm just going to turn it over to you whenever you guys want to get started.
Okay, I think I'm ready. Let's see, Maggie, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. I'm going to give you a quick overview or an overview sort of the slice of day proposal. This is relatively high level. This is what we had put together at the time we had did the filing in December. We have put a little more meat on it, and we'll get into more of that meat as we go through the rest of the afternoon. But it's really meant to sort of be a way of looking at things to be able to address some of the needs that the RA program needs to address. So the key objectives that we have for the most part is to trying to move to meeting some of the identified nearer term needs in terms of meeting the net load peak, but also looking at reliability needs in all hours, which will, while it's not currently a problem or is likely to be a problem going forward, or the potential for a problem going forward, let me put it that way. What it does is it structures the RB program to recognize the energy limits that are on resources and in terms of what they can produce and how they can produce. And we're getting more and more energy limited resource in terms of how much they can produce and when. And what we're also trying to do is to balance the administrative burden by looking at different times of the day by moving essentially to more of a seasonal look or potential for a seasonal look at requirements rather than doing it on a monthly basis. So the key changes that we're making, or the key changes that are part of this proposal, are to have multiple RA requirements over the course of over the course of a day based on the time of day or the slice of day. And so it wouldn't be just one requirement for the entire month or the entire day. It would basically vary by time of day in terms of what the requirements were for resource adequacy. And to do that, we're basically looking at seasonal requirements and moving away from monthly requirements. So one of the things that's a feature currently of the RA program, which we think is certainly a vestige of the way it was originally set up, was that it's a monthly program, and it's basically the requirements are to show things on a monthly basis and to basically rely on sort of the peak demand in terms of what that peak demand is in the month to determine what needs to be shown or requirement for the entire month. We're turning that on its head a little bit by saying, gosh, not all resources are available in all hours of the month, particularly as we get more and more use-limited resources and fuel-limited resources on the system. And can we modify the program to look at sort of when those resources are available? And that's really what we're trying to do. We also are introducing an exceedance methodology to sort of to be able to measure how much contribution each resource has or can have. And basically, we're also incorporating energy storage requirements needs. So with that, let's go to the next slide. And what I'm going to do here is give pretty much a quick overview of where we are, what the proposal is, and we'll get into much greater detail in ways to look at things and potential ways of looking at things. And so what we saw in August is pretty clear that the California system did not have problems meeting the peak demand in August on the 14th and 15th. The problems basically came at the net load peak, which basically was after the solar resources had set, or at least had gone down in their production. It was then that we had reliability problems on the system. And so really the system, the RA system for the most part, had originally been designed to look at the peak demand and the gross peak demand and essentially have enough capacity to meet that gross peak demand. But as we get more and more use-limited resources on the system, the assumption about all resources being available in all hours to meet the load in every other hour is very much questionable and needs to be addressed in particular ways, or it needs to be addressed as moving away from that as a basis for the RA program. So next slide. The changes that we're making, and this is really very much a comparison of sort of what we have today versus the slice of day proposal. But basically to address the change in resource mix, what we're changing is from going from an RA requirement from a single peak period to multiple periods or peak periods or slices across a 24-hour day. So pretty much what we're going to do, and we'll see more detail here, is we take the day, we cut it up into slices, we look at what the requirements are based on each of those slices, and essentially then the procurement targets become having enough capacity available during each slices of those days, each slice of that day, essentially to be able to meet the requirements or the load requirements. So the showing requirements basically go from a gross peak hour done on a monthly and essentially set on a monthly basis, but shown also annually, to going to a peak hour in each slice of the day as the slices are cut up. And it's not a monthly showing, but a seasonal showing. And what we're trying to do by going to a seasonal showing is to make sure that we're not introducing or basically reducing the amount of administrative burden by going from having sort of 12 showings, one per month a year, to basically having showings based on slices of the day and having on a seasonal basis to keep the number of showings down and the requirements for showings down. In terms of establishing and allocating the requirements, today we base it on a top-down approach where we do a forecast demand over the entire system. We then essentially split that up to LSEs based on a peak load ratio share is pretty much the way we set the requirements. Under the slice of day proposal, you could use a top-down or a bottom-up. I think as we originally put it and filed it in December, we said you could do either. I think we currently have a preference for probably doing a bottom-up, but we'll talk about that more later this afternoon. In terms of resource counting under the current system is based on technology. It's very much dependent upon what the technology is. Some of it's based on Pmax of a resource, some is based on exceedance, some is based on ELCC, some is based on contract amount. All of those things for the most part have different ways of counting. And we're trying to simplify to some degree by going to an exceedance type of methodology that's determined on the slice of day basis. so that you wouldn't have a single NQC or measure for capacity that stays the same across a month for all hours of the month, but it would be for sort of a slice of the day for the season, and it would stay the same for that season for that slice. The energy market obligation under the current framework is a 24/7, with exceptions made for those resources that cannot produce 24/7. What we would be basically proposing is to have it be based on all hours during the slice that a resource is being shown. So if a resource is being shown for one slice of the day, but not another slice of the day, it would not have a must offer obligation for that slice of the day that it was not being shown for capacity purposes. And then finally, the RA requirement related to storage charging. Currently, the RA program doesn't do a very good job of identifying where the energy is coming from to be able to charge storage in the way it is accounted for in the RA program. The only exception to this, to some degree, is the way hybrid resources are currently thought about, where there is, by looking at both the combination of the storage and, say, the solar resource, there is some combination of where things are and how things are set. What we're doing is we're explicitly taking that into account and want to basically make sure that there is enough energy essentially to charge the storage that's being counted. Next slide, please. This is a very illustrative example where we basically have taken the 24-hour day for a particular season. We've sliced it up into 3 slices. The first slice is hours 23 to 7. The second slice is from 7 to 3 p.m. and the third slice essentially is from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we have basically are stacking up resources sort of within each of those slices to be able to meet the requirement in those slices. The black curve is basically the requirements or the load requirement. We'll do some talking about sort of how that load requirement is set for the season. Luke will be talking to a large degree about that, but the requirement for the slice of the day is based on the maximum load in that slice. So if you look in slice one basically is its highest point. The black line is its highest point at 7 a.m. And that would have set the requirement for the entire slice from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Similarly, in slice 3, the requirement is basically where the black line is at its highest, or around something like 1800 or hour 8 ending 18, and that sets the requirement for that slice. And essentially, resources then would be shown essentially to be able to meet each one of those slices. Storage introduces a unique sort of problem because it can be used sort of in any slice. Energy storage also is somewhat unique in that it's counted as if it were a gas-fired resource and could have output for 4 hours and is treated that way in the RA program. However, storage is very different than gas-fired resources in that storage is not a producer of energy. It consumes energy to basically move it from one period to another. And so the RA program, as we move forward and as we move away from gas-fired resources, we need to take into account the fact that more storage is going to be coming on and that we need to account for where the energy is coming from to be able to meet that storage, to charge that storage. So as an example here in slice 3 pretty much has the requirement set for storage, or storage is used essentially to meet a requirement. But storage in the program that we're setting up would have to show essentially the capacity, or at least point to the capacity that it could be used to essentially to charge the storage. So in slice 2 there, we have a light red, which basically we're calling solar storage charging. The idea is that the requirement in slice 2 essentially moves up from the black line to the top of the yellow line there, which basically includes essentially a requirement to show capacity that has the ability to charge the storage during that slice. And that's if you want to use storage in a subsequent slice in the day. And that at the high level is sort of what we're talking about in terms of the way this program is set up. So let me see if there are, I believe there are some questions. Rhett, can you?
Yeah, it looks like Mary Lynch has a question. So can we unmute her?
Okay.
Or she raised her hand.
Yeah, thank you. Peter, again, just a couple of clarifying questions.
Sure.
On your chart 15, what you're calling energy market obligation, is that essentially the must offer obligation?
Yes.
Okay. And one thing that I'm trying to sort of this picture in my mind is how the compliance works with this. I get that there's not a monthly showing, but it seems to me that each showing that's made gets a lot more complicated here because there's so many different categories, right?
That's correct, Mary.
And
no, you're exactly right. The way we're thinking about it is that you would be making seasonal showings, but you would be making a seasonal showing for each of the slices during that season.
Okay, so Peter, have you thought at all to how this works in our entirely bilateral construct? It feels like it's going to be hard to go out there and put together all the pieces for all the slices, given some of the difficulties with bilateral contracting that we've all experienced. Have you given that any thought?
Yes, we've given it some thought, and you are pointing to something that is that is something that needs to be discussed and talked about. Let me put it that way. The way a lot of the contracting is done, certainly in my experience, a lot of the way the contracting is done with resources is that you can contract with a resource and essentially procure all of the RA attributes at once. And that's one of the ways that certainly procurement has been done. It's been relatively straightforward. The only variation we currently have is basically variation across resource or RA types, whether it be system, flexible, or local. But under this type of framework, you could also essentially contract with a resource and essentially have a contract to some degree with all of the attributes that it wants to provide. The generator to some degree could have some choice as to what it wanted to provide. And so that would be one way to try and essentially meet an LSE need, would be to go out and procure, say, all the attributes of a particular generator. Another thing that could happen and might likely happen, and it's a question, and it's probably something that people should weigh in on, is whether or not there would be products also offered. What do I mean by products? I would say an RA product, say for the summer season for slice 4, which is say between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. And it might be willing essentially for there to be transactions based on that type of a basis as well, in terms of being able to meet the need. So those are a couple of different ways that the bilateral contracting could work for this type of an arrangement.
And so, do you see the NQC list as specifying for each resource exactly what it's capable of providing for each of the slice products?
Yes.
Okay.
So each resource would have a unique number for sort of what it could provide during a particular slice of the day in a particular season.
Okay. I think I agree with you that I think this is going to need some more discussion because bilateral contracting is often a hunt and peck exercise. Right. It could be really hard if there are so many different, flavors of compliance that are in there. But thanks for the explanation. I appreciate it.
No, and Murray, you're right, and that's sort of that's somewhat of the thinking about sort of the seasons and the slices. The proposal as we currently have it, we don't specify sort of how many slices or how many seasons. The example I just gave you basically showed 3 slices for a season. But if you think about it, if you think about it, the more slices you have, the more complex it's going to get. The more seasons you have, the more complex it's going to get. The fewer seasons you have and the larger the seasons you have, you run into an issue of sort of being able to measure the accuracy of what resources can count and how they can count over the entire season and period. And those are definitely challenges to this type of approach, is making sure that that things are selected in such a way that it makes sense. We don't offer, in our proposal, we don't offer a particular way of setting it up other than an illustrative way of doing that. We don't have a strong recommendation as to how many slices there should be or how many seasons, although Luke is going to walk through, for the most part, sort of the way we're thinking about how you would go about choosing what seasons and what slices that might be. But again, that's something that needs to sort of be weighed in on in terms of sort of how much variation we're looking at and how much complexity we're looking at.
Okay, thank you for the conversation,
Sure.
Peter. Thanks.
Okay, Peter, we have a few questions. So first one's from Eric. How would the seasonality, I think what he also means is the seasonal requirements, address resources for which the amount of energy is better known closer to the operating month? And he gives an example such as a hydro resource.
That's a good question, and again, Eric, what we've strived for to some degree by having this monthly construct of RA is making sure that we hit exactly what we think we're going to need in the particular month, so that we don't overbuy or we essentially are trying to match that quite well. And when you essentially move the RA paradigm off of what it currently is, you still have the issue of how closely am I going to be able to hit the requirement that I need, and how much variability should I be able to have in that? And those are both sort of questions that are, in my mind, are related to sort of what the resource counting is and how the resource counting is done, as well as sort of what level of accuracy do you want to have and how do you want to bias it one way or the other. And all of these things to some degree are related to sort of what level of reliability do you want. Now, by having a hydro resource, I mean, currently we have the problem of trying to set the NQCs for the entire hydro fleet, essentially, long before we have an idea of what the actual water is going to be in the system. And we've tried to go to an exceedance type of approach where we're looking historically at we're looking back to say historically, what has the water been? And we're going to weight that essentially by essentially the amount of, by the dry years that we've had in the past 10 years. And that's the way the current RA counting for hydro is done. Now, that also provides an option for, if I know I've got more water, I can count more. And that's certainly something that is part of that feature. Whether that should be a feature of this type of program, I think it's too early to tell. I think it's too specific of a question to sort of to answer, yes, you'll be able to adjust this right up until the day I know. I mean, there's a real question with resource adequacy and what you're trying to do. Are we really trying to set up the dispatch of the entire system on a monthly basis as we currently are, or a seasonal basis as we currently are? Or are we trying to provide enough resources to be able to have the market, the energy market, essentially do that determination as to what the resources are and how much are needed and how that gets dispatched? And so the question you have, which is, can I adjust it if I know I can count more because I've got more fuel? Can I adjust the counting? That's a good question. That's a possibility. I'm not going to rule it out. I think for the most part, it adds complexity to the whole RA program, and we have to ask the question: does it make sense to add that kind of complexity? I mean, we'd want to do it because you would basically would say, well, then I don't have to buy something else if I can rely on my having more water. Now, that's an economic benefit, but the question is that adds also uncertainty, the forwardness of the RA program. And the question in my mind is that a trade-off? Is that a good enough trade-off? So Eric, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, Peter, looks like we have a question from Nick that's maybe kind of focused on this current slide. So regarding the storage charging block, is it correct to assume that other resources that are partially above the load could not contribute to storage charging needs?
The current slide pretty much is completely illustrative. And we basically have put all of the charging in slice 2. That charging in slice 2 doesn't have to go to slice 2. It could go to slice 1, and it doesn't have to be solar. It could be any other type of resource. It does have to be above essentially what the requirement is of that slice based on the load requirement set on that slice. But it does not necessarily have to be a particular type of, I mean, it doesn't have, it could be any type of resource that can provide energy. Let me put it that way. It doesn't have to be solar. It could be thermal, it could be imports, it could be hydro, it could be pretty much anything that is in excess or expected to be in excess of the requirement in that slice.
Okay, and the last question is from Doug. Would this would be fully compatible with the UCAP accounting proposal to give the NQC for each slice? Is that correct?
You know, that's a good question, Doug, and it's a question I want to sort of step back from and say, you know, are the proposals that we're currently looking at have to incorporate UCAP? I don't know that that's a positive answer, a positive or yes, no or answer. For the most part, that's what the ISO would like to do. The ISO has basically tried to essentially change the RA paradigm to be able to look at forced capacity and forced outages and put that on the generator, or at least in the counting of the generator in a particular way. I don't know. I will tell you for the most part that there are features of the UCAP proposal that are incompatible with this. In particular, the UCAP proposal essentially assumes that the wind and the solar and all ELCC resources continue to have their ELCC values. And I think ELCC, while it's great for a planning tool, I am not sure that it's great for resource adequacy, particularly if you're looking at sort of how much a resource can contribute to meeting load in a particular time period. Currently, we have an ELCCs that are calculated on a monthly basis, but those values are either understating essentially what the resource is contributing to meeting load, or they're over counting what those resources are counting to load within a particular month. And what we're trying to do with this proposal essentially is to move away from this inaccuracy of counting for how much a resource can contribute to drawing to something that is more accurate as to actually how much the resource can contribute during particular times of day. So you know, the UCAP aspects of this, you know, it's not completely clear that the commission has adopted UCAP. In fact, that is sort of one of the things that's one of the proposals. So the question is, you know, are we going to start constraining ourselves to redesigning the RA program to some of the things that we currently have in part of the RA program? And I think we need to step back and ask that question as to whether or not we need, what things we need to try and keep and accommodate, and what things we need to think about moving away from. And so I welcome to some degree the discussion about UCAP, because I think in certain ways UCAP, if adjusted, could apply to this type of a proposal. But to basically take it as given as the ISO has currently got it, I'm not sure that that's the right way to think about revising the RA program.
Okay, we have a few more minutes. It looks like Mary raised her hand again, so can we unmute her?
Peter, the discussion about storage just made me think of a question that maybe isn't really going to make any sense. But is there anything in how the showings are made that at the end of the day limit what a storage resource can actually do in real time? In other words, if you're bringing in resources that show the solar charging in slice 1 instead of slice 2.
Right.
What is that? I'm just trying to figure out if that really ends up limiting storage resources from being maximally flexible and efficient in dispatch or not. I'm just not sure how it works.
Yeah, I'm going to say, and Mary, that's a good question in terms of what sort of constraints does this put on storage in terms of its charging and not charging and requirements. The intent for this, for the most part, is that if you've got a storage resource that is counting to meet load in a particular slice of the day, it has to have the ability to have full output during that entire slice for the season for which it's counting. Now, and that's one part of it. So on the slide 16 that's up, in that slice 3, that storage actually has to be able to produce that much output during the entire slice, and that storage basically has to point to other resources that are required to be in the market in other slices that have the ability to produce the energy to charge that storage. Now, it moves away a little bit from the way we described it, and I'm giving you an answer that we'll talk about later in the afternoon. The storage, for the most part, has to be able to point to resources that can produce the energy that will be in the market. Now, does the storage have to charge in that period? No, the storage can pretty much charge whenever they want to charge. However, they have to have the ability to do full output for the slice for which they're counting for resource adequacy.
Okay, thanks. I have to think about that some more, but thank you.
Sure.
Peter, did you want to clarify, how the thinking is on calculating the exceedance values, if we would be using bidding data or is it performance data?
Yeah, Brad is basically giving some hints as to what we're going to be talking about a little later. I mean, for the most part, if you look at this slide on slide 16, essentially we've got thermal there, and we've got thermal at different levels. And if you think about thermal and you think about resources that can produce on demand, it's not necessarily, exceedance usually looks at output of the resource as a basis for what it can count. The problem to some degree with dispatchable resources like thermal is that it may be available to produce, but it may not be dispatched because essentially the prices are not right for it to be dispatched. So if you think about a peaker essentially can be completely ready and completely bidding into the market to be dispatched, but not be called. And so the question of what is the exceedance based on? Is the exceedance based on the output of the resource? Is it based on its availability to the market? There has to be some sort of a question as to what is the availability and how that exceedance is calculated. And that is one difference between using exceedance methodology for something for which there isn't dispatchability and you're relying pretty much on the nature of the uncertainty of the fuel, like solar or wind, and resources that essentially do bid and have the ability, but just aren't essentially used in particular slices of the day because they're not economic to do so. And so there is a question as to sort of how would the exceedance would be calculated, and we'll talk more about that later.
Okay, we have a few questions from Patrick and Ed, but I'll just note them for now, and then maybe we can go to the next section and then bring up those questions if we have time in the next one.
Okay. Okay, let's see. We're pretty much at time, aren't we? So let's move to the next section. And Ed, we will get to your question later in the presentation because we will talk more specifically about counting. So let me hand it off to Luke. Luke, you've got the next section of this, which is determining the seasons and the slices.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So Peter gave you a high-level overview of kind of the framework that we've been thinking about. I'm going to get into a little bit more detail and go through some of the data that we've been using and how we've been thinking about structuring the seasons and the slices. A few things to note before I jump in. The first is that what I'm outlining is a framework. It's not conclusions on what these seasons and slices should be. And so, at this point, we're not, PG&E is not taking positions on, what should the seasons be, what should the slices be, et cetera. We are, providing some examples as we walk through this. But any final design, should the commission decide to move forward with this approach, any final design needs to involve a collaborative process. And so, again, these are just the intention is to outline a framework that could be used to determine these seasons and slices, not specific conclusions. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. Okay, so there's a number of key objectives that we've kind of outlined as we started to think about how would we go about determining what the seasons and slices would be. A number of these kind of balance with one another, and so with the first one, obviously this is incredibly important. Establishing some level of accuracy that ensures the desired level of reliability that we want to see. And that kind of goes hand in hand with some kind of manageable administrative burden. As Peter kind of alluded to, if you get lots of seasons, lots of slices, you can kind of get a little bit more accurate, but at the same time that kind of balloons the potential showings that you would have to make as an LSC. The third one here is facilitating greater participation of renewables and energy storage. So we see this as kind of a key objective. And I think kind of stepping back, the current program is really structured around load. And that worked in kind of a paradigm where you had lots of dispatchable resources that could kind of fill in as needed. And as we've moved to a much greater percentage of renewables, we need to kind of rethink how do we structure the program, and what are the profiles of those resources, and how can those fit into kind of a restructured framework. Peter also mentioned that we need to account for energy storage charging needs, so that's an important feature. And then we also think there's some elements of this that can help support revenue sufficiency for fossil units, which we need for reliability, but also do it in a way where you're actually utilizing those resources less, and in so doing, helping to meet state policy goals. And then finally, the last one is just getting at the operational kind of elements. And so, we don't want to end up with a framework that's just unmanageable from, a perspective of, let's say, outages and when resources typically go on outage. So with that, let's move to the next slide. Okay, so just a quick note about the data. So, what's the data that we need? The first is some kind of load forecast. And the CEC actually already produces an annual hourly forecast. And so we pulled that data together. It's the 2019 CEC hyper forecast, and for 2021. And so that provides essentially an 8760, which is what you would need when we're going down to determine some seasons and slices within seasons. The second one is resource data. So here, as I mentioned, the intention is to better integrate a diverse resource mix, and so having resource level production data is important for determining this. And so we've pulled 2018 to 2019 CAISO supply data for this purpose. And then just a couple of notes. So on the technology type, and we're really kind of working with a couple different types here. One is just the non-use limited, right? So these are things like thermal and base load. And generally they have the same RA value for every season and slice. That's kind of opposed to, the use limited resources like solar, wind, hydro, where generally you're having different RA values for seasons and slices, and therefore kind of need to account for that as you're developing what the seasons and slices might be. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so here is the monthly load shapes for using the 2019 CPUC load forecast for 2021. And you can see the arrows are essentially pointing to those monthly peaks, right? Which is essentially how we do it today, right? And so we're looking at the monthly peaks for each month and establishing the requirements based on those peaks. So our approach is going to differ a little bit from this, but one thing that we do think makes sense to use is kind of a similar determining kind of like the peak using the season and slice, and we'll get into some more details about what that means. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so we're starting with seasons, and starting off here, the idea was let's look at the various monthly load shapes and try to group as much as we can the ones that are similar. And so you can see the top lines there are essentially the shapes for July, August, and September. They're all grouped fairly closely together. They all have a peak at around 45,000 megawatts, and it seems like would be a good grouping to start with. Similarly, at the bottom, we can see the shapes for essentially kind of like the off-peak months of November to April. They're all grouped fairly closely together. They look like they would be, from a load perspective at least, like good, good shapes to group. And then you have kind of three in the middle, which are May, June, and October, which could fall, possibly could go either way, or maybe it could kind of comprise some other, spring, fall, or kind of shoulder type period. Let's go to the next slide. So, one thing we did is we essentially took the same data that you saw in the line graph in the previous slide, and we turned it into a heat map. We did this because with a heat map, you can a lot of times notice similarities that you don't necessarily notice with a bunch of lines that are kind of crossing each other and that sort of thing. And so you can see in the heat map, well, let me just pause for a minute. For anyone who isn't familiar with heat maps, essentially it's overlaying colors on a data table, and the color is going to match with the values, right? So in this heat map, lower values are colored green, higher values are colored red, and then the values in between are going to be yellow and orangish values. So you can see from the heat map that we are kind of validating some of the trends that we saw in the lines. So July, August, September all have those high loads, kind of those reddish values in the middle, up there around 45,000 megawatts. But you also notice that it does seem like June, you can make a good case that June should be lumped in there as well. Those loads, for several of the hours are over 40,000 megawatts, and relatively close to those other 3 months. You also see that the off-peak months are, what we saw in this previous slide, relatively low loads, barely breaking 32,000 megawatts in the evening hours, for the months November through April. And so you're left with these two other months, May and October, which fall somewhere in between. They're not up there at 40,000 megawatts. They're also not down at 32,000 megawatts. And so, your kind of preliminary conclusion just from a load perspective might be, well, maybe there could be 3 seasons: a summer, a winter, and a shoulder period. With that said, we've already talked about how important it is to also consider what are some of the shapes of the renewables that we're trying to integrate. And so let's move on to the next slide and look at that data. Okay, so we'll start with solar. It's essentially the largest variable resource. It's projected to grow significantly in the coming years through 2030 and beyond. And so it really seems probably like the resource to start considering first. And so we're looking at the heat map for the solar data. This is, again, CAISO production data from 2018 to 2019. And you can see, it's not too surprising. June is the best month in terms of solar production. But, July is also very good. August is also very good. And then also kind of September and May, up there close to 10,000 megawatts. And so you have, pretty good block right there in the middle of the day for solar production. You do notice, though, it drops, starts to drop off fairly significantly in October, both in the middle of the day and in the early morning and evening hours as well. And so it seems like, if you're trying to figure out what to do with October, you, at least from a solar perspective, you wouldn't want to include it in that summer period because there's quite a bit less production that would be showing up in that month. But May could work, right? You could, from a solar perspective, if May were included into that summer period, it would be fine. So let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so now we'll look at wind. So with wind, we're seeing strong production in the evening, nighttime, and early morning hours. You can see where those reds are, kind of the top and the bottoms of the graph. And in particular, the months like April through September, and especially May through August. You don't have as good a production starting in October and really lasting through March. And then, of course, once we get to the slices, you have quite a bit of fall off in the middle of the day, which will play into determining slices once we get to that point. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so hydro is the last one that we're going to look at. Hydro is kind of unique in the sense that it has dispatchability, right? So you could choose to dispatch like earlier in the morning instead of the evening if you wanted to, but it has limits throughout the year. So more kind of seasonal limits where you just start to run out of water, and so it's important to look at hydro from the seasonal perspective in particular, but we won't once we get to the slice discussion. You'll see we won't actually look at it from a slice discussion because of that dispatchability. So what we're seeing here is that April through August or September, maybe even, there's it seems to be pretty good hydro availability. But starting in October, it falls off pretty significantly, and that really lasts through February or March. So let's go to the next slide. So what are some takeaways for seasons? First, from the load perspective, we saw that the summer months should in some way include June through September, just based on the load forecast. You also have the November through April period, which seems to be pretty clearly a good fit for a winter period. And then you have these 2 months, October and May, where you could turn those into some kind of shoulder month, but essentially need to figure out what to do with those two. From the resource contributions, so for solar, as we noted, the production really starts to drop off in October. You definitely would not want to include October in that summer period if you're trying to maximize for solar production. But you could include May. The one caveat with that is that if you included May in the summer period, you'd be increasing the requirements by about 8,000 megawatts. And then for wind, it's similar to solar. Production really drops off in October, so you wouldn't want that in the summer months. And then you have pretty good similarity for the April through September period, the November to January, and then the February, March, and October periods, all kind of are relatively similar. And then lastly, hydro, you have load shape similarities for the October to March period and then the April to September periods. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so just based on what we've observed, we put together a couple of options. And just as a reminder, this is not PG&E's position on what the seasons and slices should be, or sorry, we're talking about seasons here, so what the season should be. But we've essentially, based on what we've observed, put a couple of options out there for discussion, and then one to use as we shift to look at the slices. So one option, which I mentioned already, seems to be, you could have this summer-winter shoulder period, summer being June through September, the winter being November through April, and then the shoulder being May and October. What's one of the pros of this? Well, it minimizes that window of like kind of the costliest RA season, summer period, right? So it keeps it to 4 months. What's like one of the cons? Well, how would that shoulder period work? And does it make sense to have a period where you have 2 months that are separate like that? For option 2, we thought about there could be an early summer, a late summer, and a winter. So the early summer being May, June, and July, the late summer being August, September, and October, and then that winter period being November through April. Some of the pros of this is that it does match some of the resource contributions a little bit better. We did see that September was kind of like a little bit of a transition month for a number of the resources, and so for May, June, and July, you would be kind of maximizing the contributions for those 3 months. But the drawback is if you include October, we saw quite a bit lower production, which would also kind of translate over into the August and September months. Some of the other cons, it also expands the window of the costly RA season. So that summer period, you'd be kind of expanding that to 6 months essentially. And then we also thought that potentially could be problematic for outages, which tend to start planned outages for maintenance, which a lot of generators start to take in October. So for looking at slices, we decided that we would use option 1 just as a start. Again, this is not PG&E's position on what the seasons should be. So let's go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so for determining slices, some important considerations. One is the load forecast. So that's essentially going to establish the RA requirement for each of the slices. What we've done is we've set it at the peak in each of those slices. There's other possibilities. You could look at using an average, but really whatever you decide needs to be balanced with what the essentially the PRM would be. So if you're using a kind of the peak value to determine the requirements, then maybe you don't need as big of a PRM to go with that. For resources, so solar and wind, they've got the greatest variability throughout the day. And so we're going to prioritize these two as we're looking at the what might make sense for the slice periods. Other resources, they have less variability. So the dispatchable hydro, thermal, baseload resources such as nuclear, geothermal, biomass. And because they have that less variability, we haven't looked at those for the purposes of the slices. And then lastly, storage. Because the QC is based on 4-hour availability, we've set the kind of those key slice lengths at 4 hours for right now. And then a few other considerations. The slices of the day don't necessarily need to be the same length. We've used the same length to start, but if you're able to have a kind of a longer slice, that would reduce the requirements that you have for LSCs. And then we've done an example for one season, but another thing that you might want to look at is as we're looking at the other seasons, would the slices vary by season? And there's good reasons both for and against that. So let's go ahead and move to the next. Okay, so there's a lot on this slide. Let me start with the big graph at the bottom. So this is showing what that summer requirement would be if we use that June through September period. And so that yellow line is essentially what that load shape would be. And we've started off with periods for slice 1 being hour ending 1 to 5, 5 to 9, 9 to 13, 13 to 17, 17 to 21, and then 21 back to hour ending 1. So essentially 6 4-hour slices. And the requirements for each of those would be essentially kind of the max value of that load shape, right? So you can see with slice 1, it would be somewhere around 28,000 megawatts. So then on the right, we have both the solar shape and wind shapes, and these are for those 4 summer months. And the yellow line, which is a little bit thicker than the other ones, I think is that September profile, which is kind of the lowest of the 4, and so we've you can kind of see why we developed the slices that we did. And you can see from the solar profile that periods, that slice 3 and 4, tries to kind of maximize the output that you'd be getting during those 2 periods. Of course, the drawback to that is that in period 5, you would likely be showing very little, if any at all, solar output, just given that it drops off so steeply in that period. Similarly for wind, the slices that we've kind of drafted here, are designed to kind of capture as much of the wind that we can, given the periods that we have. So in the next section, we'll be getting into how, what would the resource counting be and how would we determine that. But this is to kind of give you a sense of as you're setting the slices, what are the kind of things that you'd be thinking about given the various load shapes and production data that you have to work with. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so so for the summer slice periods, as I mentioned, we try to select these in a way that optimize the solar and wind production. I think one other thing I want to point out is just the ELCC comparison. What I've kind of posted here are the ELCC values for September for solar and wind, and you can see it's quite low, right? So about 1,600 megawatts for solar and almost 900 megawatts for wind. And what we saw in the previous graphs is that the production seems to be quite a bit higher than that, at least in some of those slices. And then for other periods, as I mentioned, we haven't done drafts yet for the other seasons, but you might need to use different slices to do that. Especially if you're trying to optimize for solar, for instance, because production drops off quite a bit, particularly in the winter seasons, winter months, excuse me. And then just the trade-offs, right? And we're trying to kind of maximize the amount of production we're getting, while at the same time we're trying to keep it administratively as simple as can be. Okay, and I think that is the last slide in our section, and so we can go ahead and take some questions.
Okay, Luke, so I'll maybe ask Patrick's question because it somewhat ties to this section. So he asked, would it be more reasonable to look at need equal to the average rather than max of load in each slice for the purpose of measuring the ability to charge storage?
Yeah, it's a good question. We have not thought of that yet, so I think that's something that we can kind of take back. Yeah, I don't know, Peter, if you have any thoughts on that. I think essentially what he's saying is, if you have a shape for a period that starts out, let's say, low, ends up quite a bit higher than that, should you really be having a storage requirement that's stacked on kind of that highest point?
And I guess I think it's a good question. Sort of how the storage requirements should be fitting into the load requirements are also. I mean, that's also to some degree a question in terms of exactly how that should work. And I think to some degree, the way I'm thinking about it now, it really has to do with it really goes hand in hand with sort of what level of reliability are you shooting for and how are you thinking about how this would work. And that gets into things that we've talked about that have been alluded to earlier, which is basically sort of the loss of load expectation type of study that would be needed to be able to do, to be able to answer a question like that. I think that you could hypothesize it one way or another way. You may want to think about, or handling it in one way or another way, you may want to think about essentially how would that affect the loss of load expectation over that period, either over that slice or over the entire sort of season or annually, if you were to do it that way. So again, it's a question, in my mind, it's a starting point. You're going to basically have, put your thumb on the scale to some degree when it comes to reliability, but all of this type of analysis needs to probably be done hand in hand, not only sort of setting the requirements, but the resource counting also needs to be done hand in hand with how you would do a study on terms of the level of reliability and the loss of load of expectation. So it's a good question. I don't know that you could do it one way or the other, but again, ultimately, I think you would want to bring it back to sort of how does it affect the assessment of reliability based on it being based on one thing versus another. So Patrick, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, it looks like we have more of the questions coming through the raised hand function. So I'll try to go in the order that I think they came in. So Ed Smeloff, I hope I did not pronounce it or butcher your last name, but did you want to open up your line?
I'm open now. Yeah, that's the right pronunciation. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can.
So my question is, well, let me start with saying that, you know, Wayne Gretzky's sort of famous for saying that you need to skate to where the puck is going rather than where it is. So I think it's important for us to, as we think about the design of resource adequacy, to be forward-looking and think about what new technologies are coming in line. And I think the biggest one, if you look at the CAISO interconnection queue, is hybrid projects, both for solar and wind, which will perform quite differently from the as available solar and wind, which it seems to be motivating the design of the slices and the seasons here. So I just want to say that I think it's going to be important because it's going to, the way that this is designed is going to have a impact, positive or negative, on investment in the design of new resources. So the design needs to be flexible enough so that you're allowing for new creative and innovative resources where you may have high DC to AC ratios among solar projects that enable them to be able to uh, charge the storage devices and to be a much more flexible resource and dispatch across hours and provide different types of grid services, frequency response, as well as providing capacity and energy. So I just wanted to offer that as a comment. I think that hybrids need to be thought of as a discrete resource and not be thought of two separate resources as, as the solar resource and the storage resource, because I think they'll perform differently as a discrete individual resource.
Ed, that's a good comment. Let me ask you a question though. Are you thinking of sort of, I mean, under the current definition of hybrid resource, where there's either one resource ID or two resources ID, and they're both considered hybrid?
I'm thinking primarily of a single resource ID, where you have, and you may have a inverter loading ratio that could be as high as 2:1, and you might even have other things behind the point of interconnection. So I do think of it as a single resource ID and as a single discrete resource that could be used to, to meet the needs across various slices.
No, and I guess I agree with you. That's certainly the way I've been thinking about it as well. Is you're correct in that there are currently there are currently resources or sources of energy out there that are not being captured or not being put on the grid that could be used through a hybrid type of configuration. And I think we do need to acknowledge that that is the case, and that we do need to think about how they should be able to be relied upon to provide energy when needed. So I agree with you that the hybrid, and I'm probably foreshadowing a little bit, a hybrid consideration for how hybrid should count should probably be a bit different and be somewhat of a, it could be based on exceedance, but it also needs to be, if it's a storage based, you also need to take into account if there are independent sources of energy to charge that storage that are not basically going to the grid. So those types of things do need to be taken into account, and I think all of that is in the technical aspects of the way the resources are being put together and how they're being constructed. So I agree with you that that needs to be taken into account when we think about the resource counting and how it should be set up.
I think it's not just the resource counting, it's not the counting rules alone, but it really goes more fundamentally to the design of the slices themselves and how you accommodate for a resource that can be dispatched across multiple slices. So it's in the sizing of the slices and how they work together.
I agree. I agree for the most part is that there needs to be careful consideration about how the slices are put together. Generally, the example we're using, which is the 4-hour slice, is to some degree it's been motivated by the fact that a lot of the storage that we currently have under contract, which is probably more or less standalone storage and not sort of hybrid storage, although we'll have to take a look at that to sort of see. That is based on a 4-hour output. And the question, again, and we're sensitive to this, is, how if you change the counting rules too many times for too many resources, it's almost impossible to do any sort of investment. And so we want to make sure that we get to a type of methodology that will be relatively stable over time, so that there won't be the need to essentially change counting rules and methods.
The 4-hour convention is more just sort of a convention of how
Right,
the place
exactly.
decided to use batteries rather than a fundamental feature of the batteries themselves.
Exactly. No, and that's an excellent point. It basically is coming out of the way, because of the way we've designed the RA program. And you're absolutely right. As we redesign the RA program, we need to keep that into account as to the rules we're setting up now will have an influence on what gets built and how it's used.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one thing to add. Yeah, so I didn't mention this, but our thinking was that when we established the seasons and slices, that it wouldn't be permanent, that there would be opportunities maybe every couple of years. You have to look at what the cadence is, but to periodically update the seasons and the slices given the changing resource mix and changing loads, etc. So as additional hybrids come on, and the performance of those is something that we didn't anticipate, right? There would be opportunities to update the seasons and slices.
That makes sense, but it should be forward-looking than rear view mirror looking.
Yes.
Yeah. Great.
Absolutely.
Okay. Next, we'll go to Eric. Is it Gaiman or Gaiman?
Hi, thank you. My question is a follow-up to Ed's question. I think one good criteria for thinking about this kind of proposal is, are you going to allow portfolios of resources to bid with an exceedance measure based on the portfolio as opposed to the individual resources? So I can imagine putting together a series of storage, solar and wind, that as an aggregate might show better exceedances than the sum of the parts. Would that be able to bid as an entity for credit as an overall portfolio, as opposed to having to bid piece by piece for RA credit in this setup? And I think in general, it's important to evaluate any proposal as to how good a job does it do at valuing putting together a portfolio as opposed to looking at the pieces bit by bit.
That is a really good question in terms of how should this work and how should this be put together. And I would say that a large part of that really we have to keep in mind is we're planning for how the system is operated and will be operated. And so some of that is going to be dictated not by the PUC and the way the PUC thinks about the RA program, but how the RA program essentially interfaces with the energy market. It's not at all clear to me that the ISO acknowledges necessarily, certainly I don't think they do it for internal resources in terms of acknowledging portfolios and having sort of bids by portfolios as it operates into the energy market. So that if the RA structure were to do that, there would have to be some sort of a translation if the energy market were not to move in that direction. But there would have to be some sort of a translation of the portfolio of resources that were put together as to what their obligations would be in the market and how they would be satisfied, and whether that would make sense to the grid operator when it came time. So I'm not ruling out the possibility for the most part, of having portfolios in the RA, but I think it does present a different sort of way in terms of the interface between the RA structure and the energy market structure that we just haven't contemplated at this point. That's not to say that we can't, but it's not something that we've thought of to date. Does that get to your question?
Yes, it does, Peter. I tend to think of RA as more as an insurance product, as not as an energy market product, and so that linkage maybe not have to be as strong as possible. And the other question that comes to mind in your presentation is how does import factor into this? I mean, a big part of what happened in that August outage situation was the nature of the relationships with our neighbors, and you don't always know exactly the technical characteristics in each of your slices and so on for the imports. So I haven't noticed you guys talk much about the imports, yet they're an important part of our energy mix and a very important part of our reliability.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I will talk about imports a little bit in the next section, but you're right in that it is, and the import rules essentially are changing in terms of what they are and how they influence essentially what's going on with the resource mix in California and how they're relied upon in California. And certainly there has been a lot of movement in trying to make those resources much more certain, either by requiring certainly the attestations that they're not being used elsewhere and that there is transmission. So I think to some degree the efforts are being put in place to try and make the imports as certain as possible. The question to some degree is, should we be designing an RA framework, or how should they fit into a redesign of the RA framework? Yes, they are an important contributor. Should the RA framework in California be based around imports and renewables or imports? That's a good question. I think they are part of the mix. I think they are something that needs to be taken into account in the design. So it is a tough question because certainly if you go with where the ISO wants to go with imports, it will be a relatively certain type of resource, specific resource with specific transmission, for which the ISO is planning to look to see sort of how well it performs in its market to be able to count it in a particular way for UCAP. So I think it is a consideration, and I think it's a consideration that needs to be thought of in the right sort of way.
Okay, we can go to the next person. So that's Nick Pappas.
Hey, thanks, Rhett and Luke and Peter. So I actually was going to ask a question very similar to Eric's first question about blended portfolios. And it might be helpful if we could look at slide 29. I think it helps illustrate the challenge we have, particularly in the sort of 17 to 21 hour. I know this is illustrative, but I think whatever sort of slice we might pick for the evening gets you into this space where you have so much happening at once. You have the solar ramp down, the wind ramp up, and the sort of load shift all happening within the span of a couple hours. So you could really see how, as Eric mentioned, wind and solar product together might have a much better exceedance in that slice than not. So I think that's something that might be worth talking more about. The other concept I wanted to ask if you thought about sort of net load approach for variable resources that might get you some of the same benefits of avoiding sort of cutting off value in hours where the value is not there for the full slice.
So Nick, how are you thinking about applying the net load to this, or this to the net load?
Peter, I think the approach would be something like taking the expected output from wind and solar and then netting it off the load on the left, and then the remainder would be the slice obligations.
To some degree, what you're saying is that you're counting on the wind and solar to actually show up in the ways that they're anticipated to show up, to be able to set the requirements for everything else, right? I mean, that isn't that the result?
I think you could use a similar exceedance-based methodology to determine what profile you would use for wind and solar. So I don't know if it's a terribly different situation you're in than you are for the whole slice, but maybe I'm missing something there.
Well, no, I'm going to say to some degree. Then you're basically saying that you, well, to some degree the question is sort of, if you look on slide 29 there, you see the fact that, yeah, in the early hours of certainly in slices 1 through 4, in the early hours, essentially you've got a lot more capacity than you're actually going to be needing, but you've got it really largely because you're going to need it later in the slice. By going to a net load type of approach, you're basically saying, I'm counting on the wind and solar for always being there and always providing essentially that shape for which that can be met. Now, that could be one way to do it. You could essentially do it that way. The question is to what degree are you, how are you setting the counting for the wind and the solar in terms of being able to do that? The other thing too about the line on that left graph, that left bottom graph, is that's not a load line. That's basically a maximum of that hour in that season. So it basically, we're not talking about sort of all coming from the same day. We're basically talking about it coming perhaps from different days, and it's basically sort of what is the maximum hourly value for that hour in that season. So I'm not quite sure you get a net load out of that, but I'm curious as to how you think about that.
Yeah, Peter, I guess maybe if I could expand for a moment, I think you need to make some risk informed decisions about how much solar and wind valuation you want to give, and I guess what I'm thinking is to do that on an hourly basis relative to a slice basis, specifically for solar and wind, might capture some of the granularity specifically for that evening hour. I totally agree. There's a lot of decision making you need to do to think about how much confidence you have in that production. But I think that might help get you a little bit more in that period where so much is happening, so that, rather than doubling the amount of, let's say, fossil capacity you need to replace at, 17 or 18, hour ending 17 or 18, you might not need quite so much if you've more granularly accounted for the solar ramp down.
No, I mean, Nick, you're right in that any sort of a program that we put together for resource adequacy is not always going to be right in all hours, or provide the right. And that's part of the problem we're facing now, is that we basically have got a single monthly value for the peak, and we're sort of assuming that everything can be available. But you're right in that, and that's one of the reasons why about trying to go to the slice, is that you're cutting down the number of hours or the number of periods for which there's inaccuracy in how the resources count. But I hear what you're saying, which is basically, can you think about for perhaps, say, must-take resources like wind and solar, if in fact they are must-take, of being able to just take those off the top and do the calculation in the same sort of way. I think you would, of course you would need to basically do a reliability study to sort of see what level of reliability you're getting and how you would want to set it. So it's a possibility, Nick. I don't want to discount it completely, but it's not really something I've gotten my head completely around.
Thank you.
Okay, we have few questions. So one is more so focused on counting rules. I may kind of hold that for now, but then maybe we can go to Doug. It seems like he's the last one in the queue, and then it looks like we're on time for a break. Doug?
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much. This is great to see it. You all have clearly done a lot of work and thinking through some of these things. And so my questions are really based on trying to wrap my head around how this works and kind of what the value of it is, particularly in comparison to the SCE CalCCA proposal. Part of my first question, I guess, is what do you see as the value of going to the slices, which seems to me a more complex process than simply because you have to start with the load profile, percentile or maximum or whatever it is, And you have to start with generation profiles, whether it's the average or the 99th percentile or whatever, to account for the volatility. And then you have to translate those into both sort of single value hourly slices for each slice, and then have this sort of empirical assessment around what hours are. And then you have to do the same thing for the resources. It seems like a lot of data intensive calculation to get there, compared to comparing the two curve, like comparing the generation curve and the load profile against each other directly, and then taking a look at the differences, which seems both simpler and more granular to me. I don't know if am I just like getting that wrong?
No, I think that's a good question, and I think where we came from and why we went to this type of an approach or thinking about it is because we're trying to be forward-looking here, and we're trying to be forward-looking to know and to see that there's going to be a lot more storage on the system coming in, and some of that storage will be tied to other resources through hybrids, but some of it will not. And so I think, we have an illustration of this sort of in the next section in terms of counting, is that by going to this type of an approach, you are making sure that you're able to meet demand in all hours of the day. If you go to something that is based on, say, net load, the net load may not be what's causing you the problem. The problem may be how you're handling that, in terms of what storage there is available to be able to meet the load and when the storage is going to charge. And so I think this type of an approach has a benefit of trying to focus on, okay, when is the intention of the storage actually to charge, and do we have enough energy to be able to make sure that there is going to be enough energy in the market for that storage to charge? And that's really, to be quite frank, that's the motivation, a big motivation for wanting to go to a slice of the day where you're looking not just at the peak or the net load peak, but you're looking at all hours of the day.
Yeah, I certainly think that like both proposals have that going on, and that's absolutely where we have to go, looking at all hours of the day. And the other thing that's really great about this is expressly incorporating, like, this is your charge, this is the impact of your charging, and you have to expressly have that in your planning. Yeah, that's super cool. And I guess one of the other things that'll be really interesting will be, I am leaning ever more towards the idea of doing loss of load studies around some of these things, of just like which one works better and how much better. I think those are going to be really important empirical questions going forward, and I hope we will have time and resources to do that modeling.
Yeah, no, I agree with you that it would be really, because we haven't really done it very well in terms of tying the RA program and its design to sort of the loss of load expectation type of analysis in terms of what does show and what doesn't show up, and what counts and what doesn't count. And I think we need to think about that, doing that, and making a much tighter coupling between doing sort of what does the structure mean for reliability, and our best guess of what reliability is going to be. And so I agree with you that this really does need to be tied much closer to the loss of load expectation type of study. And again, depending upon what assumptions you make and where you are of things, you're trading off complexity for simplicity, as well as for reliability, and sort of how all of these things trade off are, I think, an important question that needs to be considered in a rigorous way.
Yeah, because it's like no construct is ever going to guarantee 100% reliability, because there's always going to be some strange corner case that you just can't realistically plan for.
Right.
Yeah. Super cool. And I guess we'll have further conversations about the treatment of storage in the 4-hour slice. Like if you use a 6-hour slice, then I would imagine you would take the energy capacity of the battery of, say you got 400 megawatt hours or whatever, and divide it by 6, and that's your capacity, because then now you have to discharge over the whole slice.
That's correct. That's right. You have to have the ability. You have to have the ability to discharge and over the entire. Not that you're actually going to get discharged, because again, that's left up to the energy market to determine.
Right. Yeah. It's always about what you can do with it, not what they actually do in any given day. Excellent. Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. In the interest of time, I think we'll stop for now. I've logged the questions.
Hey, Rhett.
Yes.
So I saw a couple questions from Darius. I don't know how many people it went to, but and I saw his hand is up. I don't know if we have time for him to ask his question or not. I think
I
it
was
was
going
up
to
there
hold
pretty
it
early.
since they were on resource counting.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So it looks like at least in the schedule, we're scheduled to take a 10-minute break.
Sounds good.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And I agree, Darius's questions are probably more apt for the next section. So we'll get to them.
Okay, so we'll reconvene at looks like 2:28 or so. Okay, looks like it's started, so we can start with the next topic, resource counting. So I think this is you, Peter.
Yeah, this is me, and a good bit of what the discussion to date has been somewhat related to resource counting, and resource counting in my mind is going to be a very big part of whatever redesign that we do to the RA program. And it doesn't matter sort of which approach you take or which way you go in terms of any of the proposals that are on the table now. I think resource counting is going to be a fairly significant part of the discussion. And as it probably should be, because we're really relying on resources or different types of resources in different ways than we have in the past. So for this slice of day, we're trying to go to something that is relatively straightforward and applicable and understandable, which is why we have gravitated towards the exceedance-based type of approach. And an exceedance-based type, not just for wind and solar as we have done in the past, but also for all types. Part of that has to do with as we'll see, that will need to be modified, but part of that has to do with the fact that particularly when you get more storage and more hybrid resources on, where there is more control over when the energy is actually used to meet load, and there's a lot more choice in that. There's a question as to sort of how can we make sure that we're going to have enough energy in the right time of day, or enough capacity showing up in the market at the right time of day, essentially, to be able to meet load. And the exceedance approach, or an exceedance approach, essentially helps to do that because it measures the output for resources for which there isn't control, but it also then provides some structure for those resources for which there is control, such as hydro or hybrid or other resources for which there might be some energy limitations, but there is control over sort of when it applies and when it'll be generating. So we're trying to simplify the accounting rules. We wanted to create a framework that has easy identifications for sort of any time of year. We wanted to make sure that it was reasonably accurate for what the resource could actually produce. And so certainly what this means, if you look at the way the ELCC is currently in the RA program, is that it's, the concept of ELCC for the most part is from a academic perspective, an annual number. We've modified it for the most part to put it into a monthly number and calculate monthly ELCCs. Arguably, those aren't really ELCCs of what we're calculating and ascribing in the true sense of ELCC. But what it does do is it sets one number essentially for counting for the entire showing period. The showing period being a month, the number being whatever the ELCC value is for a resource for that month. And the only thing you can really be sure of is that it's almost always wrong in terms of being able to measure what is the contribution of that resource to the meeting demand. Certainly, and a lot of times, the output of the resource, particularly of wind and solar, is going to be much higher than they're getting credit for from the ELCC, and in some periods it's going to be a lot lower when either the wind is not blowing or the sun is not shining. And so part of the reason for going to a slice of day type of approach is to try and get a better handle on what the actual contribution is of the resource at the particular time of day in meeting load. We want to basically use these resource countings on a slice of day framework in the periods. So we're going to be calculating different values for each sort of slice for each season. And we also want to make sure that the physical characteristics are considered and incorporated. And we'll talk more about this because this comes in terms of the ability for other types of resources. So let's go to the next slide. This is a comparison to some degree in terms of existing, what the current counting approaches are and sort of how we're thinking about options for the slice of day in terms of this approach. Wind and solar at this point are currently counted through an ELCC type of methodology. As I described, often most hours those values are wrong for what the resources are contributing to meeting load. If we go to something more like an exceedance approach, we have a better idea, or perhaps a better, particularly on a slice of day basis, a better measurement of sort of what those resources are contributing at particular times of days to essentially to meet load. Some percentage exceedance. Again, this is all just a proposal at this point and for discussion. And it's based on generation in terms of what the output is, in terms of how much is actually put out. And these are generally for resources that are not dispatchable or not controllable in terms of what they're putting out or have impact on that. In terms of dispatchable thermal, currently we have a PMAX. Under the options for proposals to some degree would be a PMAX with an exceedance-based thermal derate. As I think I described earlier, it's possible essentially for using a pure exceedance methodology for a thermal resource would not be the right thing, largely because it's not capturing the capability of the resource to generate energy. And that's really what we are trying to get at, is what is that capability to be able to generate. Hydroelectric, hydro pretty much counting, we have adopted an exceedance approach in the last year or two. It's based on sort of a 10-year look back done on a monthly basis. We would continue to want to use a similar type of approach for under the new type of paradigm, except it would, instead of being calculated on a monthly basis, it would be calculated more on a season and slice basis. For non-dispatchable resources, and these are basically things that are must take, say QFs and things that are not dispatchable, it'd be the average output during the peak demand, or is what we currently use. And again, we would want to try and go to an exceedance basis in terms of a percent exceedance based on what the actual generation was by slice and season. Storage, currently it's a Pmax measured over a 4-hour period. What we would basically be doing under the new approach, or under the slice of data approach, would be basically what is the maximum capability for a slice, and it's sort of maximum output for the duration, for the entire duration of the slice, so that if you had a longer slice, that would be a longer duration requirement. And it also requires that the LSC that's showing the storage would also have to be able to bring a capacity that would have the ability to charge the storage at a different time of day or different slice of day when the resource is needed. Imports, we currently have using contract amounts. Again, we had a little bit of discussion about this earlier. I think it depends upon how imports, the import rules essentially evolve as to what they would be or could be. At this point, we are not spending a whole lot of time thinking about exactly how imports would count, other than perhaps a contracted amount, or if we go to resource specific imports, it might be more on the type of resource that's being imported. Notice in the table, and I'm sure Ed will point this out, that we don't have hybrid resources. And part of the reason we don't have hybrid resources is because we really hadn't nailed down what the thinking was. And that's part of the reason why I enjoyed the conversation we had earlier, was because it is helping me think about sort of how hybrid resources should be counted, and and how it should be done on a going forward basis. Currently, it's still, so I would say, a bit of in its infancy in terms of how it is, in terms of sort of looking at sort of what the pieces are of the hybrid, and saying that yes, we'll count the storage at a certain level and we'll discount the whatever's charging the storage to a certain amount. And that's not necessarily the right answer. I think, again, there may be for hybrid resources a difference as to whether or not the resource is controllable or not controllable. If it is controllable, it'll probably be more like an exceedance type of approach, or based on capability, or like you would have a thermal. But again, the particulars of that, I think, need to be thought through as to what makes sense and what makes sense for the system to be able to rely on a regular basis. So for new resources, we're thinking of, how close are they to something that is existing? We will give them the benefit of the doubt on an average, essentially, for the technology until they're able to work up a basis. Next slide, please. If we focus a little bit on value for wind and solar, and we draw sort of on the idea that we're relying on a quote unquote dry water year like we do in hydro, or for wind and solar to say on a not high production type of year or period. That would be the same way to do it in terms of, the example there in the graph is that there are 4 summer months for 4 6-hour slices. I'm sorry, 6 4-hour slices. Notice that there's a lot of variation in some of those months, particularly the yellow month, which I believe is September. It's much lower than it would be else at other times. And the question to some degree is, how do you set that if you have it for the full season? Do you basically base it on what the minimum is in terms of what it was able to produce, or what sort of, how do you think about setting that exceedance? And again, we don't have a particular proposal here other than to say that you would have to think about how you would want to try and do this and how that would fit into the level of reliability and where you're trying to get that reliability. If you were to, an example, if you had the lowest profile, you would basically want to give it a weight. That would be one way to do it. Again, these are all things that need more consideration and more thought, and are really just very much in the formative stages. And I would argue to some degree that, as I said earlier, the resource counting is probably going to be a very large portion of what we're going to be doing in any of the proposals that are on the table now, in terms of how's it work, and are we getting what we think we're getting from the resources and the resource type. So let me go to the next slide. And I'm going to turn now essentially and talk about resource stacks and how what things are going to look like, or could look like. Let me put it that way. So what we've done is we've taken, as Luke did earlier, we're taking the 2021 CEC hourly forecast, and we're setting up a requirement based on that for a summer season, basically for the 4 months of the summer, as we discussed earlier. And now we're basically then also looking at the 2018 and 2019 production data. The ISO reports out sort of how much was produced by each type of resource in terms of fuel type. And so what we're doing is we're gonna line that up for the summer months. And really what this is intended to do is just to spark some discussion about and to illustrate sort of how the season and slice approach would work, and how it might show some problems, or at least, again, how it needs to be more forward thinking and looking in terms of what it does. So some outstanding issues, again, the planning reserve margin, we've talked about it a little bit earlier. There needs to be essentially reliability studies that should be done, are done in conjunction with setting all of these requirements and counting rules. I think that's true for any of the approaches that we are going to want to take, and how we want to move forward with them. And so, at this point, it's all illustrative. And you know, how we're, and you want to combine to some degree what those planning rules are with the assumptions you make, both with how you're setting the requirement in terms of basing it on load, and how you are basically having resource count in terms of the percentage of the exceedance. In the examples, we're also using import levels that are historic production levels as a starting point. Again, that is limited by a number of different things. Maximum import capability, essentially ability for resources to come in, and resources essentially to be dedicated to California. All of those things are in a state of flux. So let's go to the next slide to sort of give you an example. So what we've done for here is basically to look at exceedance for each of the types of resources in the colored graph. So you see imports, nuke, storage, geothermal, hydro, biomass, solar, biogas, and we pretty much have just taken the production data from the ISO and lined it up and said, okay, if we look at the 2021 requirements, which is red, and we add a planning reserve margin, don't ask me that, which is the dotted red, that is a percentage over the planning reserve margin. And there's a question to some degree as to sort of how do you set that and what is it? Those are all good questions. I don't know that is an answer now, largely because I think it's going to be dependent upon how much conservation you want to put into measuring the load requirement and how resources can count to it. So what we've got, though, is you can see that in most slices of the day, essentially the output from 2018 and 2019 in terms of what the averages were over the slices aren't enough essentially to meet the requirements that are set for 2021, looking at the 2021 requirements. However, this is taking for fossil and for some of the others essentially what they actually produced and not what they could have produced. And so if we go to the next slide, we can basically see that if you take into account the thermal in terms of what the capability is, and this is capability as measured by the NQCs of the resources, that it's quite different than sort of what they actually produced, and that there were still that essentially there wouldn't be enough resources essentially. Or there would be enough resources to be able to meet demand in most slices of the day. However, slice 5 basically has some issues. We've also added 3,000 megawatts for storage, which is a proxy for some of the IRP procurement, although that's probably overstating it for 2021. I don't think it's going to be quite that high for 2021. But we are going to basically be getting more storage on the system. And we're going to be getting less of other types of resources. And these examples, for the most part, are designed to sort of illustrate, okay, what kind of problems are we likely to have or potentially have? So we see that there are shortfalls still in slice 5, particularly with the planning reserve margin. And the question to some degree is okay, that's to be expected. That's sort of the peak. That's the time when we're going to see the net load peak be problematic. But also, I want to, this approach, shows where there are potential issues. We've added the storage there, and even with the planning reserve margin, there still might be an issue with the storage. We haven't added in sort of what the requirement is for the storage. That has got to come from some of the other slices. I don't think that there's as much problem with the energy associated with the storage for that small amount of storage. But I think to some degree, if we go to the next slide, we can essentially, what we're doing here is we're doing a thought experiment where we're taking 10 gigawatts of thermal and we're taking them out and we're retiring them because they are thermal and they are gas fired. And we're replacing them with 10 gigawatts of storage. We're also taking Diablo out and saying, nope, Diablo's not there either for the energy. And what we see when we do this is that we see that, yeah, even with the storage, and we're using all of that storage essentially in slice 5 to meet demand, we're going to have problems in other types of other slices or other times of the day. And in particular, slice 3 and slice 4 may have additionally solar, but slice 6, there's a question there as to whether or not we're going to have enough capacity to be able to have enough energy to essentially to meet the load in that last slice. And so it's this type of thing that, you know, one of the reasons why we're thinking about a slice of the day might make some sense, because it has a better sense of sort of, or at least a way to think about where are my problems going to be and how am I going to try and address those problems going forward. And so if you look at sort of what the difference is, you know, so no slice can support all of the resource based on this mix. So it shows to some degree that we're headed to problems. These problems to some degree, I think, have already been identified by the IRP. I think to some degree also, we need to be very careful about what types of resources we add, and we need to think to some degree about when they're going to show up and how they're going to show up. So let's see, I think that's, let me wrap up. I got one more slide to wrap up. So we'll go one more slide. Resource counting is going to be a key part of the discussion that we're going to have as we restructure the RA paradigm. That's true in this approach. I think it's true also in the Cal CCA Edison approach. It's true also with the WOLAC approach, largely because you know, there has to be some forward assurance that the capacity exists to be able to produce the energy to meet the load. And that's really what the resource adequacy is about in terms of making that happen. You know, so the resource counting will have to go hand in hand with the level of reliability and what sort of requirements and reserve margins we have. Again, that depends upon sort of how much you want to rely on the exceedance, how much you want to rely on sort of maximum output or maximum demand for the various seasons. You know, it also, hopefully this approach highlights that we need to not just focus on certain times of the day or certain conditions, but we need to start thinking about focusing on all hours of the day in terms of how we're going to be able to meet load as the resource mix changes. Products, and you know, this gets to a question that Mary asked me earlier, and I addressed to some degree, is, you know, products could be transacted on a generator basis. They could also be transacted on a slice basis. And so with that, let me see what questions there are.
Peter, we can follow up on Darush's questions. So he had two, so I'll read you the first one. How will the, I think you somewhat covered it, but maybe we can reiterate, how will the exceedance-based RA counting work? How do we account for the deterioration in the exceedance-based RA value for solar resources and solar saturation increases?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Darius means by deterioration in the exceedance-based, because the idea here is that we're measuring each resource in terms of what its contribution is to meeting load. And so you're looking at each resource's output, which for the most part is dependent upon sort of what the resource is and where the resource is located. It's not based on a classification in terms of solar. It's basically resource by resource that we would be doing this counting. So that if there were a solar resource in a particularly good location, that would be very different, where the sun was always shining, that would be very different than a solar resource located in a place where there was less sun and there was less way to and so they would count differently. They would not count the same. And so in terms of a reliability aspect, again, it would be, for the most part, you would want to feed those into an ELCC type of analysis where you're not using everything based on necessarily on a classification of a resource type to see what the contribution of reliability is, but on a resource by resource basis.
Okay, why don't we open
Darius, I hope that answers your question.
It looks like he may have a few follow-ups, so why don't we open up this line?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Darius.
Perfect. Hello, Peter. Well, actually, I'm doing well. As you were presenting your methodology, I think I could connect with it, especially in the area of procurement. If people are to procure resources for every slice of the day, for every season that has been identified for a RA year, so there will be all kinds of a number of these procurements. as opposed to one number per month as they do now, but they do these. I can see how this methodology can work. And for certain slices of the month or season, I can see how resources that they have too much exceedance-based RA capacity will be basically have a much more fiercer competition with each other. So the value, the way the market reacts is the value of RA during those time slices where there are too much of solar or too much of wind, or the value drops. And so I can see how that will work. But I can see at the same time the procurement becoming quite more complex as for every time slice, you may want to move out from one resource to another as opposed to get one resource to cover you for the entire year, or at least the entire season. But I can see how it will work. Now, I must say that addressed one aspect of my question. For the purpose of reliability, I think there is more thinking to be made. It's just, I guess the picture is clear in that sense. If you have too much of resources for a particular slice of time, then that slice should be fairly reliable. And now how do you ascribe it to people, to projects which have been contracted versus that haven't been contracted and so on? Those will be questions that need to be addressed. But I think I understand now how it works, and I'm fine. Which takes me, by the way, to the second question that I've had, and I assume will come up one way or another, is how do we deal with this KISO deliverability method that looks at availability of the transmission once every 20 years during 10-minute period with 2 outages, and map that over this new, much more expansive framework?
You know, Darius, you ask a really good question, because, and this is a question that I think that is, and pretty much what you're pointing to is you're pointing to the fact that, hey, the ISO is determining the deliverability of resources. The way they do that determination of deliverability of resources is in a particular way under particular assumptions. And your question is as well, how well do those assumptions match up to the way what the requirements, what the load requirements are in the system, and how those requirements can be met by resources? Generally, the transmission planning arena continues to have a look at sort of a very stressed system, and making sure that there is, you know, deliverability is made at a high level of demand at a high period when there's a lot of use on the transmission system. And so it begs the question as to, okay, how do we think about resources that are energy only now, but essentially, and don't have deliverability? But for the most part, if we change the nature of those resources so that they deliver at a different time, you know, are we going to get more deliverability? And can the ISO say, yes, those resources are can be deliverable in some slices, but can't be deliverable on other slices? That's a really good question. It's not something I've talked to the ISO about, but it is something that I think we need to think about, or at least something that we need to take in mind or have in mind, is sort of how are the deliverability standards set, and how do they fit with whatever methodology that we decide to go forward with as the structure of the RA program. Whether it be the slice of day, whether it be you know, the Edison CalCCA net load approach, or it be the energy approach that Professor Wolak has put forward. I think all of those are questions, and again, I think that's going to be a central question of sort of resource counting and how resource counting works. Is that, you know, how do we have to change the thinking and the thought about deliverability if we are thinking about and operating the system in a little bit of a different way. So thank you for that question, because it highlights the fact that, yeah, we need to talk to the ISO. We need to get the ISO we need to take into consideration how the ISO does things when we think about revising and changing the RA program.
Okay, the next question is from Jamie Gannon.
Thanks, Rhett. I guess I kind of have, questions, comments on two aspects. So when I think about exceedance, the exceedance methodology, I think of the historical exceedance methodology that we use to value solar and wind. And I believe that was based on actual performance data, not on bidding data. And so I wanted to kind of get clarification on the thinking about what we would be basing the exceedance methodology on for resources. Would it be on their bidding behavior, how they're bidding into the markets? Would we use that data to formulate a QC value for resources? Or would it be based on performance, and should it be based on something different for different resource technologies, like performance for some and bidding for some?
And the answer, Jamie, is yes. The way we're thinking about it is, or at least the way I'm thinking about it is, for some resources that that don't have control as to when they bid or how much they bid or how much they produce, and those are sort of the must-take resources. Those would be based on what the output is. However, for resources for which there is some control over when the energy is produced or delivered to the grid, that they would be based on sort of what is the, or at least what is the behavior in the market to be able to do that. And then there's also actually a little more complication there, because some of those resources, such as storage, it can discharge, say, in slice 5, but it also could discharge in slice 6. And so there's a choice there there's a behavioral choice there as to when it wants to commit to being available to discharge at full output. Is it, and there needs to be, and it needs to sort of limit sort of what can be done by the physical capability of the resource to be able to count, because you don't want to basically allow resources to count for more than they can physically do or physically perform. And so, to answer your question is, yes, some resources would be based on exceedance of output. That would be a different level of exceedance, perhaps. Doesn't have to be the same for different resource types. You probably wouldn't want to use the same resource exceedance level for, say, for wind or for solar. And for solar, I mean, you could probably use something different. Again, those are all questions that I think we need to think about and address. I think, though, for the resources for which there is control, you need to basically have some sort of an idea of when they're actually going to show up and when they're committing to showing up. And so it may be a capability type of thing also based on sort of what they've been able to do. So it's a bit of a hybrid accounting methodology, and it's not clear that you would necessarily want to use exceedance for all types of resources. So let me just say that.
Thanks for that. I was just thinking about how demand response would fit into this, paradigm structure, and particularly the different flavors of demand response. But let me ask my second question.
Yeah.
And I think I know the answer, so it's more of a comment, but if we used exceedance, the exceedance methodology, I think that it would kind of, in my mind, obviate the need to move to a UCAP structure, because we would be baking in the forced outages or the forced outage component into the value of the resource. Do you agree with that, or do you have a response to that?
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a good question, Jamie, because you're really going at sort of the whole idea of UCAP and the way that the ISO is thinking about and implementing UCAP. You know, and I'm sure there are people on the from the ISO on the line who will correct me when I get this wrong, and please do, because I want to make sure that my understanding is correct. But the UCAP for the most part is really designed for essentially resources for which there is some control, and for which there is control over the availability and essentially when it is and is not available. And the idea of UCAP for the most part is to make sure that if resources are not available when they're expected to be available, that essentially they are essentially assessed a penalty going forward, or a future penalty, in terms of how much they can actually count in the capacity market. And so the UCAP, you know, the UCAP essentially wouldn't apply to the, I mean, the ISO has said they wouldn't apply to the renewable resources, essentially to wind and solar, because they think they want to use the ELCC. I don't know, to some degree, and the discussion for the most part is what we're trying to do with the UCAP is essentially to take out the forced outage aspect of the uncertainty and move it from being from part of the planning and the procurement target to the counting and how the resource counting is done. It certainly is a legitimate way to account for things like outages or unplanned outages. The question for the most part is, you know, how effective is it, and does it make sense? I think in a world where you've got a relatively constant planning reserve margin, and you want to essentially do that, it makes some sense. In a world where I think we're moving to a different type of RA structure, where it's going to be less capacity and availability measured, I think we have to take a harder look at that and think about that more. I note also that sort of the way it looks at sort of whether or not an outage gets dinged, or a forced outage gets dinged, is based on this is based on the supply margin, or the supply cushion, as the ISO describes it. And the supply cushion, for the most part, is essentially something that calculates every hour of the day, every hour of the month, for the most part. And so it assumes that the resources are always going to be available, or at least should always be available if they're not on outage. And that's something that I'm going to talk about a little bit later when I talk about must offer obligation, which is not something that I think you necessarily need to do if you're going to move to a slice of day type of framework.
Okay, we have a few more questions. So two from Ed Smeloff, then Eric, and then Chris. So I'll get to Ed's two questions. So will the exceedance for resources be updated annually to reflect possible degradation of the resource? That's his first question.
Yep. And you know, Ed, that's a really good question. I mean, those are details for which I don't think we have an answer at this point. Or they certainly could be updated for the degradation of the resource. Again, it depends to some degree is how much do we think the resources are going to degrade in terms of their capability. If the depreciation is such that it's relatively quick and you would want to keep on top of it, you would probably want to do that. If the degradation is not so quick and is over time, you may not want to have to do the calculation. Again, it's an excellent question. That's a level of detail that we haven't gotten into yet, but it certainly is possible to be able to do that.
Okay, Peter, and then his second question is, as electric vehicles become a more significant portion of load, will this slice of day methodology for resource counting and showing be adaptable to account for load shifting?
And I think the answer to that is yes. And I think the answer to that is yes, because of the way the requirements are set. As the load shifts throughout the day, and load shifting for EVs is a perfect example of how that might work, the load forecast will change. And as the load forecast changes, that'll change the shape, or the shape will change essentially in the load forecast. And that will be picked up under this type of methodology. Although, again, depending upon how quickly it changes, you may want to think about, how much do you want to bake into what the seasons are and the slices are, on how much flexibility you want to have to change them. I think for the most part, you're going to probably want to have some flexibility to change them on the one hand, but on the other hand, you're not going to want to change them every year or very often, largely because that takes away from certainty as to what resources can count and how they count, and makes it more difficult for commercial transactions. So I think there's a balance there. I think this type of methodology will be able to reflect EVs and how the load shifts with EVs. And that's, again, one of the reasons why, looking at the whole 24-hour period, the whole day, it might make some sense to be able to do that.
Okay, I think we can go to Eric Little. He had his hand raised.
Hey, Peter. Can you go back to, I think it was slide 36? Yeah, so I just want to make sure I understand the message that you're giving here, and I understand the message of planning needs to account for what these resources are capable of doing to make sure we build the right set of resources to be able to meet the grid needs, and that's what you seem to get to in the latter two slides. But I heard you say something here that I want to make sure I understood. You seem to indicate that the current structure and current resources results in a shortage. And it seems to me that what this slide is really showing is that there were economic non-RA resources that produced at certain points in time. Is this the kind of average data of output from thermal resources, or is this the peak day? What does this represent? Because this looks pretty dramatic, like we should have failed RA dismally in that time period, and we didn't fail it by this much.
Yeah, no, and good question, Eric. And I went over this pretty quickly. The red graph isn't actually history. It's what we're expecting this year. Okay, but the outputs are history. Okay, so the idea to some degree, and it's a little confusing by sort of putting this graph together, is, why are you saying if the resources performed as they performed in the last 2 years, how are they going to perform this year? And why does that make sense? That's an excellent question, but that's, this is not, it's not a statement about what the past is. It's more of a, okay, if you just look at how the resources actually performed in the past and sort of what the requirements are going to be this year, that's what the comparison is.
Okay, but that's how they performed based upon what conditions were on the grid and what prices were on.
Exactly. No. That's exactly right. It's not a prediction at all. It's basically to say, oh, if they did their output exactly like they did in the summer of 2018 and 2019, this is essentially what it would look like, how it would stack up in meeting the 2021 load. And that's, it's not meant to be a forecast. It's not meant to be an indictment as to what we did in the past. It's really just to illustrate, oh, but wait a second, the thermal resources, for the most part, we're not capturing the full capability of the thermal resources. We're only capturing what they actually did.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Let me ask a follow-up then. On your next two slides where you really talk about, the resource need going forward, are you looking at that as the SCE Cal CCA proposal has put it, it's the integration of IRP and RA, make sure that the two methodologies account for resources the same, or do you view it all as one or all as the other?
I guess if we can go to the next couple of slides. I mean, the way I think about it, Eric, is that actually go back to 37. The way I think about it for the most part is, if we do a simple stacking exercise based on sort of what the historic output was for these resources in the last 2 years, and we're doing and we basically include the amount of NQC that we have this year, this is what this looks like for this summer. Now, is that a planning exercise? I don't know that it's a planning exercise. Now, does there need to be a coordination between the planning and the RA? Absolutely. And so that's why, to some degree, thinking about this and thinking about sort of how the structure of the program should work going forward, we need to be thinking about what resources will be on the system in the future, and whether or not the design of the RA program can handle, or how do they handle those types of changes? And that's really what we're trying to illustrate here, Eric, is the RA structure needs to recognize that the mix of resources is changing, and we need to basically say, oh, can we meet demand in every hour given that change in mix, and how might we try and accomplish that?
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Okay, so we're a few minutes over, so maybe in the interest of timeout, I've logged the questions that have come through that we didn't address yet, and then we can go to the next session and save those questions for the last Q&A round.
Okay, so we're turning to need determination and allocation. And so let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so we talked earlier about how you could either do this with a top-down or a bottoms-up. And we've done some more thinking on this. And there's a few key objectives that we want to address here. So we want something that's implementable. We want to minimize over-procurement risk. And to the extent possible, we want to fairly allocate costs between LSEs. And so in thinking through this a little bit more, we've actually come up with 3 different options. And let's start up at the top with this top-down approach. And so with this one, to set the requirements, you're using kind of a slightly different version of the forecast than what we currently use today, right? So what we use today is based on the monthly peaks. To do it at the slice level, we would need to go down to something hourly. There's already an hourly forecast that the CPUC produces, so there is an existing forecast that's available for that, for setting the requirements. Now, when it comes to allocating those requirements out the LSEs, so it uses, the current approach uses this kind of LSE peak monthly load share approach, right? It calculates which LSE, the various LSEs and what portion of that peak each one accounts for, and then kind of allocates the requirements out that way. So this is something that could be applied, to the slice and the season and slice approach. This would be, a relatively crude way to do it. But if you were to use the existing LSE shares, those could be, the requirements could be allocated for each season and slice based on those shares. The nice thing about this is that it's easy to do. It's, basically leverages existing methodologies and a slightly different forecast for setting the requirements. However, we'd like to get something that's a little bit more granular, something that's a little bit more reflective of the underlying costs that each of the LSEs is bringing. And so we looked at, is there a way we could do this, but bring in some more LSE specific data to the approach. And so that's where we came up with this hybrid, which it still uses from a requirements basis, kind of a top-down methodology, where you're starting at the CAISO level. You're using those hourly forecasts the same way you would do with the top-down to then establish the requirements for each season and slice. But when you get to the allocation, you're instead of looking at the peak monthly contributions, you're looking at what are the LSE specific contributions in each season and slice. So the benefit with this is that you're able to account for what each LSE, so the cost that each LSE represents for each season and slice. The one downside is that you would essentially need some kind of you would need LSE hourly forecasts to do this. So it's it's better from the perspective of it's more granular, it's more equitable, but there's additional administrative effort involved in producing those forecasts, and then using those forecasts to set those allocations for each of the seasons and slices. The last one we looked at was the bottoms up, and the version we have listed here is where you're essentially starting at each LSE, their load shape, and establishing seasons and slices based on that load and mix of resources. This obviously would be very labor intensive, right? Because you'd be doing this essentially for each LSE. And while you wouldn't need to allocate because you're starting at the LSE level, and so essentially what you produce for each LSE is essentially their allocation. You would need to go through and you would need to confirm, once you've aggregated all of the various LSE requirements together, that you're actually going to meet the requirements of the system. And so this is a fairly labor-intensive approach, and is one that we don't recommend, which is why we have the red box kind of drawn around the top too. So let's go on to the next slide, where we'll take a look at an example. And so here we have an example of what that hybrid approach might look like. So we have kind of a hypothetical market here where there's two LSEs. Each has about 50% of the total energy load, but they have different load shapes, right? You can see that LSE 1 has a relatively flat load shape, whereas LSE 2 has a peakier load shape. And so the overall requirement would be set, or at least what we're thinking right now, is that it would be set based on the peak requirement within each of the slices. So if you see the orange horizontal bars, you can see in slice 1, it would be set, the overall requirement would be set somewhere around the 28,000 megawatt range. And then each of the LSE requirements would be based on the load share, 1 of the total energy, or 2 of the contribution to the coincident peak within the slice. And so you could, we take an example for slice 1. There's horizontal bars, purple and red bars. And so you're looking at taking kind of the peak within that green line for LSE 1, that forms the purple horizontal bar. And then the peak for LSE 2, the yellow, which is the red bar. And if you add those together, you would end up with that orange bar up top, given that it's a simplified example of just 2 LSEs. And so, so this is kind of our thinking on the hybrid, and there's some slight variations here, right? So the total energy, that would result in a slightly different allocation than if you just take the peak. And so there's a couple different things that you could do here, but the general idea is that you'd be looking at each of the individual slices and what's the load that LSE brings to each of those slices and seasons. Okay, so let's go ahead to the next slide. Okay, and so next steps. I think kind of the key question is how much variation exists between the LSE load shapes, and kind of the answer to that really is going to shape, whether it's worth putting additional time and effort behind developing, let's say, the hybrid approach as opposed to the top-down approach. If there's not much variation, you know, is it worth doing that? If there is a lot of variation, then there's some next steps that have to be considered. We could look at like a phased approach where maybe you start with the top down and then transition to a hybrid once you have the data available that you need for one, developing the forecasts, and then two, the processes in place to allocate the requirements based on those forecasts. And then to our knowledge, there aren't LSE specific hourly load forecasts that are done, and so that would also have to be looked at and considered. So we're discussing the next steps on this. So that's this was a relatively short section, so I'll go ahead and stop there and see if there's any questions.
Yeah, it looks like only one came from Doug, who has his hand raised. So Doug Carpa.
Yeah, hi, Doug here. Yeah, actually, I kind of have some some strong opinions on this one. And to kind of let you know, so Peninsula Clean Energy has a goal of meeting our load 24/7 with renewables by 2025, which shapes a lot of our views on a lot of these things. And I would put in a pretty strong plug against using a top-down approach because in the IRP process, we are planning our portfolios around meeting our own loads. And since we sit on the coast, we are winter peaking, not summer peaking. And so it's pretty different from the statewide load profile, which is heavily driven by Southern California. And so if you were this top-down approach, we'd be in IRP planning our resources around meeting one load profile, and then we'd have to like staple on a bunch of RA resources that are really designed for meeting, other people's loads. And so that's, I hesitate to say that that's a cost shifting problem, but it certainly verges on the notion that we're going to have to start picking up costs to make sure that there are resources available for meeting other folks' loads. So I think that's issue number one. And the issue number two is that leaving it at a top-down level will really dilute any efforts we make towards shaping our loads. So we are currently pretty well involved in a number of behind-the-meter efforts to shape our loads, to do peak shaving, to move our load off of the system-wide peak to address our RA contributions. And if our RA obligations are tied to the system level, then we kind of don't get any credit for any of that. And so that would put us pretty squarely in the either the hybrid or the bottoms up approach. And the last point I think is that on the bottoms up piece, this notion of it is true you have to do a check at some point to make sure that all of the resources that are designed for meeting each individual LSE profile adds up to being adequate for the whole. But my understanding is that CAISO is pretty serious about doing that anyway with the whole portfolio analysis. So there's always going to be CAISO is going to do a check that, like, at the end of the day, no matter what the methodology is, that all the resources that are shown like actually are adequate to meet the system need. There's kind of no methodology that's going to get around that. And secondly, I think if you have all of the if you know the system profile and you know all of the hourly profiles, it shouldn't be that complicated to just like add them up and see if they actually, like, you've missed some of the load somewhere, if you have system level load that you're not capturing in the LSE loads. And depending on how you come up with the hourly loads, it may even be something you could bake into the methodology by which you come up with the hourly loads. So as I say, lots of opinions, some of them may even be good.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate that. I mean, I think our initial thinking is that we are leaning towards the hybrid as well, to the extent that we can, put in place the processes that would be necessary to kind of execute on that. Yeah, because I mean, we share your concern, right? We don't want to the extent that you can minimize cost shifting within the RA program, we should do it. So we're certainly sympathetic to that. I wasn't so on your last point for the bottoms up. Were you saying or trying kind of making a case for seasons and slices that would differ across LSEs as well, or were you more making a case for kind of starting at the LSE load shape and then building up from there?
I guess starting at the LSE load shape, I have to think about it a little bit more. I think it's more a little more along the lines of questioning whether the bottoms up or the hybrid's going to be like when the rubber meets the road all that different, or all that more complicated. I suspect that the hybrid and the bottoms up are going to land us in a similar place.
Yeah, I think so. We kind of looked at it from the perspective of, okay, in the bottoms up case, if you didn't have differing seasons and slices, so if every LSC had the same season and slice, would you end up in a different place than you do with the top down? And our thinking is that it would be
I see.
That it would be pretty similar, right? Because you're because all the seasons and slices are consistent, it would just be a matter of whether you're starting from the top down, at the kind of the system level, or starting at the LSC level. The one difference is with the bottoms up, right, you'd be taking all of the various load shapes, and then you would have to aggregate them at the end and check just to make sure that it's kind of, rolls up and equals, or at least equals or exceeds, right, that system requirement.
Yeah, which
so
might be
like if we go,
I certainly
back one slide.
Yeah, I certainly can imagine like everybody having a different season and a different slice would be, like, I don't know what value in that would be. Maybe it would get you more, but it would make the aggregation more complicated. But I mean, this is why computers exist. I don't know. I have to think about that those differences.
Okay.
Well, it would having different seasons and slices for each LSE would also make the market very different too, because you wouldn't be able to standardize around a particular product.
Right, and that would certainly be a downside.
Right.
Yeah. No, that makes sense to have standardized slices and seasons. In which case, then if you have that, then I suspect if my understanding is right, I think the hybrid and the bottoms up end up looking pretty similar in terms of like what your actual requirements are as an LSE. Like there might be some variation, but I'm suspecting it won't be a lot.
The variation is likely to be based, there's probably likely to be more variation, I guess, from my opinion, based on sort of if you're showing what resources you're using to show. Because if you're bringing a storage resource or if you're bringing a energy limited resource to some degree, or a storage resource where you're moving essentially energy from one period to another, you also have to adjust the requirements for the LSE for whatever that was in terms of when that source of energy had to show up in the market.
Right.
But you'd have to do that under both. I mean, you'd have to do that under both the top down or the bottom up.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. Okay, cool. Well, now that helps a lot for just like intuitively understanding how it works and so forth. So thanks.
Okay, we have about 3 people that raised their hand, I think, on this topic. So next we'll go to Chris Devon.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
All right. Hi, Peter. This is Chris Devon from Customized Energy Solutions. Thanks for the good presentation today. I had a couple of questions. One, and it kind of goes back to some of the stuff from before, so I apologize I didn't get in time, but a couple of things to just point out and think about. One of them is related to the storage, qualification piece of it, and I was curious, if you thought there was a need for like any additional requirements for the actual participation of the storage resources and then the charging resources beyond just having a must offer obligation. for those resources, just because it seems like, you know, it might be hard to ensure the market outcomes actually line up with your planning outcomes, as, you know, the CAISO is struggling with right now with all their minimum stated charge proposal and that sort of thing. So just curious if you had any thoughts on that. The other item I wanted to just flag was on the exceedance-based bidding thing. It just seemed to me like that one was kind of similar to the UCAP proposal for the thermals anyhow. You know, if you're really going to get kind of the same outcome as looking at what would be, you know, the UCAP with like forced outages and ambient D rates and such. It kind of seemed to me that maybe you're just might be creating a bidding incentive, you know, beyond just the availability of the resource. But I think that could be solved kind of by, you know, just market outcomes and things like that. But I was curious on that one if that's somehow related to the contract hedging proposal that you guys had presented at the beginning of the day, and just if you could help me kind of tie those two things together, if you have any thoughts about how they might interact and work together, just at a high level. So those are kind of my two things I was curious about. Thanks.
Yeah, Chris, let me take the second one first. And the way we've been thinking about this in terms of the contract hedge proposal and this proposal is, we've been thinking to some degree they're orthogonal, which to some degree that they don't necessarily need to go together. They probably could go together if you wanted to switch it around. We don't think it's necessary that the other is necessary to implement either one of them. Namely that you have to do both, or if you have to do the one, if you're going to do the other. We hadn't been thinking about it that way. That said, there is probably some crossover in terms of if you're doing the contract hedge proposal where you are looking to some degree at what the bids are, and saying that they need to be providing an incentive to bid in a particular way. I mean, that certainly has a crossover to some degree with how the resources would be counted down the line. And your first question, I'm not recalling your first question. I don't know, Luke, can you help me out?
Sorry, the storage one, Peter.
Oh, storage.
More about, let me jump in and just say thanks for that explanation on kind of tying the hedging mechanism proposal with this slice of day one. I think that makes sense, and I think I agree with you on that piece of it. That, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be done together, but I think that it would kind of flow well together to kind of include some consideration of how they would be bidding and the incentives that might be created interacting between those. So I can see how they could work together pretty well, I think. On the storage one, I was just curious if you think there's anything additional beyond just the regular must-offer obligations. I saw the slide, the bullet point from PG&E that said, you know, hey, you need to make sure the LSCs also have the charging resources. But I'm just worried about, you know, how do we ensure that the operational outcomes actually, you know, the market awards and charging awards for the resource actually line up with the needs, you know, to ensure that they're available in the certain slice of day that you want them to be and that sort of thing. I think it's kind of difficult. You could probably do it in a number of ways, but I'm just curious if you had any thoughts about, you know, anything beyond a MOO type of requirement or must offer requirement for those sets of resources that would interact with each other.
Yeah, no, Chris, that's a good question, and I'll talk more about it when we get to the must offer obligation section in a minute. But for the most part, you know, you raise a good question, which is to what degree should the resource adequacy program mesh with the operational requirements? And, you know, is it enough to basically just have a must offer obligation or have an obligation essentially to be in the market? Or do those resources need to show up in a particular way in the market or in a market? And it gets at, in my mind, it gets at sort of the whole question of what's the relationship between resource adequacy and operations. It also ties into that whole string of planning, resource adequacy and operations, and resource adequacy is that sort of tie between the two. But you do raise the question as to how tight of a tie does that need to be. And I'll probably talk a little bit about it in a minute when we get to must offer.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it, and great work today. It's a quite interesting discussion. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jamie Cannon.
Hi, thank you, Rhett. So I just am trying to understand the allocation kind of hybrid proposal versus the, you know, like kind of comparing it to how we do it today. So today we start at the LSE level, LSEs forecast their peak requirements for each month. And ultimately, those are then benchmarked against the CAISO, IPER jurisdictional share of the load. And so I'm just trying to think about, under this hybrid approach, how would that process change? So can you just kind of give me maybe a real high level thinking about what would change, what would be kind of requested from LSEs? Would it be hourly, an hourly load forecast? Would it be a load forecast for each slice, for each season? What would be necessary, I guess, for the CEC? Just give me kind of a sense of how things would have to change to implement a hybrid approach.
Sure. Sure, I can take it. So I think this graph, maybe we can start with the graph, right? So today, the requirements are based on the peak, right? So this is I think this is intended to be kind of a summer, so several months. But if you imagine that this is just 1 month, right, and the peak is it's right here at about hour ending 17, and you have a couple LSEs, and so LSE2 would get kind of a disproportionately higher or larger portion of the overall requirement than LSE1, right? So that's how it's done today. So what we're proposing under the hybrid is that these allocations would happen for each of the slices, right? So you would have, slice 6 over here, where, LSE2 would still get a slightly higher one, right? Because they have a higher need right here about hour ending 21. And LSE1 would get something a little bit smaller than that. Again, over here in slice 1, the two lines come across, and here LSE2 is getting a little bit less than LSE1, right? Because LSE1 has the flatter load. And so instead of just kind of basing the allocation on that one point in time for the entire period, you would be breaking it up across, if you had 6 slices, the 6 slices for that season. Now, to do that, you need hourly forecasts for each of the LSEs, right? Because you need to know what are these shapes for all of the LSEs that you're allocating requirements for. So that is one of the things that would need to change, right? So currently, I don't believe the CEC gets hourly forecasts from all of the LSEs. So that would need to change. But once that is available and goes through some kind of QC process to ensure that all of the loads actually add up to the overall system load, that sort of thing, then it would be relatively straightforward to allocate out those requirements based on the slices and the seasons that we've adopted.
So just follow up real fast. So it sounds like in my mind, you're thinking of a similar process, how we do it today, but it just kind of being morphed into more of a granular forecast needed from each LSE. Today, we do get, I think, historical loads at an hourly level from the LSEs. At least from the IOUs, we do get hourly historical information. And then, as you know, there's various adjustments that are made to the monthly load forecast to account for, plausibility, coincidence, all that kind of stuff. So what I'm hearing is you envisioning a very similar process as we do today, just kind of morphed in, or not morphed, but just kind of expanded to include the slices per season.
Yeah, exactly. And if you really wanted to make it simple, I guess, and if you're getting kind of historical data already, maybe that could be the basis for, the allocations.
Okay, so it looks like the next person is Paul Nelson.
Paul, you've been unmuted.
That's okay. Can people hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Little weirdness went on. Yeah, this is Paul with Klika. I don't know if this was explicitly said or put in the presentation. Can a resource is going to have a exceedance value for each slice. Can a resource sell the capacity value for each slice to different entities?
Yeah, I guess our thinking, Paul, is that there wouldn't be anything prohibiting that to be the case.
Okay. That's the only question I had at this point. Thank you.
Okay, then I wanted to confirm if Chris Devin or Doug Carper, do you guys still have questions, or is that sort of a leftover? If it's leftover, do you mind lowering the hand? Okay, so I think we can go to the last section, which is the must offer obligation. And then again, we do have time for additional questions. And I still have the questions that were logged from prior discussions, so we can go back to those.
Yeah, so the last section here, and I'm going to be relatively brief here on terms of the must offer obligation in the energy market. The must offer obligation, let me go to the next slide here. Currently, the must offer obligation for all resources is a 24/7 in both the day ahead and the real time markets, as I understand it. Now, exceptions are made currently for resources that are not available. If they are not available on a 24/7 basis, they don't have to be putting bids in on a 24/7 basis. But but that is basically the basic requirement is the must offer obligation is 24/7. We filed the proposal. The filed proposal was a little bit different from what the proposal is currently that PG&E has. In the filed proposal, we pretty much said that the MOO would be for both day ahead and real-time markets and only apply to the slice of the resource that was counting for RA. So if you have, say, a slice, if you have a resource that's only counting, say, in slice 3 or slice 3, it would only have an obligation for that slice of the day in terms of putting in a bid into the market. That was the intent and the way we had thought about it. We also put in a caveat that said storage resources would also commit to charging during a specific slice of day and provide capacity to produce energy during that slice. You can see below that in thinking about it and having discussions about this, we basically have revised essentially the current proposal. It is still a must offer obligation in the day ahead market, only applying for the slice of day for which the resource is counting. And then the storage resources essentially are not required to charge at a particular time. They could charge whenever they want to charge. However, the capacity that's associated with that storage in terms of providing an energy source would have to provide bids into the energy market during the slice of day for which it is being counted or counted. And really the change here is basically trying to move away from putting too many requirements on the ex ante operation of the market through RA requirements and essentially allow the energy market to be able to provide the incentives for the operation in the market. Now, the other big change that you'll notice there is that when we filed it, we pretty much had said that it would be a MOO in both the day ahead and the real-time markets, and it would only apply for the certain slice. What we're saying now, or what we're currently proposing now, is basically it would be it would be only for the day ahead market, and it would only apply for the slice. Now, pretty much what we've done is we've dropped the real-time MOO, and part of the reason why we have dropped the real-time MOO is largely because of the work that the ISO is doing in the RA enhancements stakeholder process. And what they've indicated there, and what they've indicated also, is that through the stakeholder process on the day ahead, the day ahead market enhancements, they've indicated that the must offer obligation would only apply essentially to day ahead resources, and there would not be a real-time bidding obligation for RA resources. Now, part of that has to do with the fact that I think in the day ahead market enhancements changes they're making, they're changing the way the relationship between the day ahead market and the real-time market. And so really what we're trying to do is to reflect that aspect. Essentially, the handoff from RA to the market, for the most part, is in that day ahead framework in terms of making sure that the resources actually show up to bid in the ISO's day ahead market. But the only requirement would be for them to bid in the slice of the days for which they were counting. So those are the changes. That's the way our thinking is. What we're trying to do here is to not impose too much on the ISOs or too much imposition or too much of a requirement, forward requirement for a market participation on the forward process, and not to have too much dictated by the RA program. And it really tries to get at the question of, what is the relationship between planning and operations? How much of the RA planning needs to actually show up in operations and be there for the operations, or how much is left to the incentives that are provided in the energy market, so that once the resources get to the energy market provides the incentives for them to operate and to be available when needed. So with that, let me see if there are any questions.
I don't see any questions. I have a comment from Ed Smeloff. Hybrids would need to be treated somewhat differently for the MOO for each slice.
Yeah, Ed, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that in terms of if they're charging from the grid or if they're charging from. And part of that might just be for what they're counting for resource adequacy. But I don't know, Ed, if you can provide more clarity on what your question is, or you could raise your hand, and that would be helpful.
Yeah, if you can hear me, it seems to me that there isn't necessarily, if it can be charged from its own resource that it's coupled with, and it can demonstrate that, then it doesn't need to be linked to capacity from other resources. And maybe that's what you intended to say.
No, that's an excellent point. And the point you're making, which is basically if you've got a source of energy that's not anywhere, that's not on the grid or close to the grid, I mean, that would have to be taken into account to a large degree in the storage requirement and the storage charging requirements. So that if a storage device essentially had a source of energy that did not go through the grid, that would mean it would have a different configuration and a different obligation to the market. Exactly. because the grid is not seeing the energy by which it's being charged, and so the obligation there might be sort of much more on a when do you want to put that energy onto the grid. And could it vary by when you wanted to put it on the grid? And again, it's not going to be an easy, I think, calculation for a hybrid resource, because presumably there would be energy from the solar or the resources essentially that is tied to the grid that would have to be supplemented to some degree by a storage resource, which could get its energy at other times from the same type of resource. So you're right in that
the asset owner would need to take into account, the capability of the
that's correct,
or the wind resource as well, and bid appropriately. So
that's right.
so that they meet their obligation.
Right. No, that's absolutely right. And that's, again, something for, again, we need to be forward looking as to how this would work for the resources that we see coming.
Okay, Peter, looks like we have 3 people that raised their hands. So we'll start with Eric Little first.
Hey, Peter, a couple of things on this that I'm curious about. One, are you seeing this as a durable solution that the must offer obligation would only be in that slice? Because the concern that I have is that with the ISO moving towards the minimum state of charge for battery storage before the net load peak, to me that's a short-term solution. And it's suboptimal when you look at the entire day. And I think it's a short-term solution because when you start getting 10 and 20,000 megawatts of energy storage out there, you're not going to have the problem that if you dispatch it for something that's off of the net load peak, there's not going to be enough left for the net load peak. So I think that's a temporary issue when you're only talking a few hundred to a few thousand megawatts. And I am concerned about the notion that we're going to be dispatching these resources and their must offer obligation may not be at the optimal point of the day, as opposed to now where they have an offer obligation throughout the entire day, and therefore the ISO can optimize them over the entire day. So wanted to get your thoughts on that, and then had one other follow up on this issue as well.
Yeah, I guess Eric, the obligation is basically to have the bids in for the slice a day when they're counting. That does not prevent them from putting in bids in other hours of the day. And for the most part, as I understand the ISO market is certainly the day ahead market. It is a one-time optimization looking at all 24 hours of the day. And pretty much what we're trying to do here is to essentially end the RA obligation essentially with the day ahead must offer and participation in the day ahead. And so if the ISO does need to have a minimum charging constraint and how they put that into essentially the day ahead market, that will make a difference as to when things happen and how they happen. But the idea to some degree is you wouldn't need to necessarily have to go through the complication of having everything bid 24 hours a day, even when you know it can't operate on a 24-hour basis.
Right, but wouldn't this essentially perpetuate the idea of a minimum state of charge at the whatever hour it is that whatever slice they're showing this resource? Because effectively the ISO's optimization day ahead then is going to say, don't dispatch this resource in the morning ramp if it can't be charged again to meet the evening ramp, which on any given day may be much less than optimal. So again, when you get long term and you're looking at many thousands of megawatts of this, I'm not sure that having that type of restriction on it is in the best interest of the market.
I guess Eric, I'm a little confused as to it does basically say that the resource has to be fully charged at the beginning of the slice for which it's counting.
Okay.
But for the most part, or it has to bid in such a way to be able to be able to get to that. But that is a bid that they're putting in. That's not a bid that the ISO is putting in. And it's not a bid that the ISO is requiring. Now, I haven't followed the market enhancements to know whether or not they're actually thinking of that minimum state of charge being something that's in the day ahead market or in the real time market. In the day ahead market, I think it absolutely. I mean, I think it's there already, largely because you're optimizing all 24 hours. The question is it have to be there? Is it there in the real-time market? Well, for the most part, there is no RA obligation for any resource in the real-time market. It's only in the day-ahead market.
Yeah, and that's the other one I wanted to follow up on is how much do you think that that's going to maintain as well? I know that the ISO has it in their proposal, but we also have all the issues going on now about whether or not you can export certain resources during certain periods of time. I mean, Edison has always disagreed with the notion that an RA resource should not have an offer obligation all the way through real time. If California paid for the capacity, California should get the benefit of that resource all the way through real time. So, I mean, I fundamentally disagree that they ought to be relieved of that responsibility to begin with. But do you think that that's going to last, given what we saw in the summer conditions last year and what the ISO is now proposing about export?
I guess, Eric, I have to take the ISO at its word. And you're right in that in pointing to this, because you're basically questioning, are the designs that we're putting this on, that we're making this assumptions, are those durable assumptions? Are those things that are going to last? And that's an excellent question. And for the most part, we have to ask those questions to be able to see whether or not this is going to work. What we've tried to do with this proposal is to try and make it to be as seamless as possible by putting restrictions on what on the RA program, for the most part, that are due to the operational aspect of the way the system needs to optimize, and the energy markets seem to work. And again, it gets at, from my perspective, it gets at, well, if the ISO is still going to have a one-time day-ahead market, why isn't that enough? Why are you assuming now? And I understand what Edison's position is, which is basically, gosh, we may not have been able to our RA resources may not have been dispatched in the day ahead, and essentially are then essentially dropped and exported, and that's not what needs to happen. Again, we'll have to pay attention to what goes on in the design of the market at the ISO, and we'll have to be thinking that and taking that into account when we make adjustments like this. It's possible to have a 24/7 must offer obligation, although I don't know, I'm not sure why you would necessarily want to put that on all resources, particularly for resources that can't produce in certain times of the day.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Okay, next is Mary Lynch, and then after we'll go to Brian Thinker.
Yeah, just real quick, Peter, this made me just think of another question back on the rebate. Is the rebate based on the day ahead LMP or the real-time LMPs?
That's a good question. It could be based on whatever. I mean, essentially what you would want to be having the resource do is to bid its energy cost in the day ahead. So it could be either. But I don't know that we've thought about whether it needs to be that prescriptive as to what it is, which price it's based on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Brian. Can we unmute Brian Thinker's line?
Give us a minute here. This is Jamie. I'm just switching over host role to Lennon. Brian, I think you're unmuted. Oh, you're muted now, but you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I think we've got it now. Sorry about all that. Yeah, Peter, let me start again. Congratulations to you and the team for putting this presentation together and talking through it all day. Much appreciated. I just want to double check on where the ICE is going with the must offer obligation. It's my understanding that what they are proposing in day ahead market enhancements is if the must offer obligation would extend only in real time to those resources that have a day ahead schedule or that have received day ahead imbalance reserve awards. Did we get our wires crossed? Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding as well, Brian, and it doesn't have anything to do with as to whether or not they're an RA resource.
Okay, you're right.
As I understand it.
Yeah, but in other words, the real-time must offer obligation doesn't go away. It's tied to your day ahead award.
Correct.
Okay, we're on the same page. Thank you.
But that's not an RA requirement. That's an IS. The way I look at it, that's an ISO requirement for participation in the market.
Okay, we're on the same page. Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Okay, next in the queue is Paul Nelson, and then after that is Bridget Sparks.
Hi, this is Paul. Peter, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, in thinking about this in terms of trying to implement elements that can be done relatively quickly, I see the must offer obligation probably involving some of the more complex issues, and especially how it interacts with CAISO's rules. In terms of your proposal, how separable is the must offer obligation from perhaps the resource counting and showing aspects of the RA proposal?
I guess, Paul, where just the nature of the way you've asked that question is can we put some of these in place without having to put other aspects of it in place? And how dependent is the must offer obligation on the exceedance type of calculation and the slice of day? That's a good question. I would say that fortunately or unfortunately, the RA program is joint between the ISO and the PUC. And so there are certainly aspects of whatever changes the PUC makes, the ISO will have to adjust, and vice versa. Anything that the ISO changes, the PUC has to adjust to or work in tandem. For the most part, the way I've been trying to think about this is to make the proposal more or less a PUC requirement, and make it essentially be subject to the PUC, and not necessarily require it to be adopted by the ISO for use by other LRAs as a default. Now, that one of the areas where that gets a little sticky for the most part is in the must offer obligation. And how does the must offer obligation work? Could we implement this slice of day and still have a 24/7 must offer obligation? We can. I mean, I don't see any particular reason why we couldn't be able to do something like that. And the real question is do we need to basically have the must offer obligation limited to only the slices of day? And I guess part of my feeling is to say, gosh, we've got a 24/7 must offer obligation now, and we've got resources that are counting for capacity at particular months, but there's certain times of day when we just don't expect them to show up, even though they've got a 24/7 must offer obligation. And so what I'm trying to do, try to think about doing essentially is lining up the right sort of expectation in terms of what can the resource do, and can it be expected to do, and is it realistic? So I think the short answer to your question is, yeah, you probably can separate them to some degree and implement some before others. And the must offer obligation, I think, is going to be a little more sticky because it does involve the ISO and coordinating with the ISO.
And that was just to clarify, I wasn't proposing not to implement a change to the must offer. It was more of scheduling. I mean, let's get the things we can hopefully get more consensus around and implement quicker, implement those while continuing to work on the more complexities, and implement it in a phased-in fashion to improve the resource adequacy, rather than trying to attempt to have everything resolved before implementation.
No, that's a good point, Paul. And it's not clear how the commission is thinking about doing it, whether it wants to swallow the whole thing at once or if it wants to take bites.
All right, thank you.
Next is Bridget Sparks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Bridget.
Okay. I had a question about thinking about other operational characteristics we might want to consider informing the move that extend beyond the slice of day. So my thought is around like long start resources where these tend to be more peaker plants where we may only really contract for 1 or 2 slices per day, but they may need multiple slices to come online. Should their move be more than just their slice of day? So thinking about is the move just the slice of day, or are there other operational characteristics we should think about? And I think you're kind of getting at this with storage too, recognizing that, you know, they need to charge other slices. So how to best account for that. So that was my,
yeah, Bridget, it's a good question to some degree as to how much of the operational characteristics should we take into account when we're setting the requirements for things like must offer obligation. And it doesn't apply just to must offer obligation. I think it applies to other aspects of the RA program. But it's a good question, and to some degree is, you know, part of me says, okay, is it more realistic to do so? And the answer is probably to take things like long start into account when we're looking at this. And I think the answer to that is yes, it's probably realistic to do that, or at least it makes sense to do that from one aspect. Does it add more complexity by putting this aspect into the RA program? That's sort of another question too. And so the way I look at it is you need to balance sort of how much you're going to try and capture in setting up the resources to be able to participate in the market and how they're actually going to operate in the market. It's a tough question, and it's how much do you try and add in to make the RA framework essentially be as close as possible to what the real dispatch is going to be. So something like must start, you know, that could also be taken into account. Largely the must offer obligation though is in the way the current RA program is set up, it's not really set by the PUC, it's set by the ISO. So all of those things would have to probably be discussed with the ISO through the ISO process on this. So I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And then another one I just thought of was in terms of meeting local requirements. So it sounds like slice a day works well for system, but in terms of local, you know, the needs might be different or they're more constrained. So maybe this resource needs to be available all hours, et cetera. So have you guys thought about how to, you know, tweak this to meet local reliability needs?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And it's something that it really gets to sort of what is the nature of resource adequacy and what problems are we trying to address with the RA program. Now, originally when the RA program was set up, local capacity was not part of that. It was not part of that largely because all of the local capacity, which was in areas that were transmission constrained, and had to operate for transmission constraints, essentially were RMRs. They were regulatory must runs where there was contracts with the ISO and the generators. And so really the RA program sort of picked those up because it essentially shifted the procurement requirement from the ISO as an RMR to essentially the LSEs and making LSE showings. Now, as we saw, certainly when you had 3 big IOUs that were doing most of the procurement because they had most of the load, that was not a big issue. However, over the last few years, as there has been more retail competition in the market, it has become more of a problem largely because of the way the local structure is set up. Now, local RA requirements are set on a very, very different basis than the system requirements. And so the question of whether or not this translates into essentially looking at the local RA requirements in the same sort of way is a really good question. Certainly the commission is, and what the commission has done by creating the CPE has said, we're going to treat local differently than we're treating system and flexible. And part of that really is in terms of the thinking and making the central procurement entity do that local procurement. I think the local procurement still needs to take place. The question is do the CPEs and again, the LSEs in the San Diego territory, because there is no CPE down there, you know, does there need to be, how close of an alignment does there need to be between the system requirements and the local requirements, and whether or not it's problematic and how that is done? It's a good question. For the most part, we haven't thought about essentially trying to modify the slice of day approach to a local requirements, largely because the local requirements are not defined by the generation, but by the transmission system and the delivery in the particular local areas. It's a good question. It's something that has to be discussed and has to be talked about in terms of what the interface is between any sort of new RA structure and the local procurement requirements and how the local requirements are met. So I don't know if that's helpful or not. I mean, I'm trying to give you some of my thinking behind it. And it's, we haven't thought about designing a single RA program for system and local. And I don't think it makes sense to think about trying to have a single program be applicable to both system and local. So
okay,
is that helpful?
Yeah, no, we just, yeah, and seems like we're creating a lot of complexities, and I can see some of the benefits in terms of the more energy use limited resources, being able to account for those. But when we stack it all together, you know, I think we have a lot of concerns around being able to validate this and making sure that, you know, smoothing over the seams between the slices to make sure that, you know, the market can actually optimize and meet load in real time. And so, you know, I think
yeah,
I guess it's a lot of interesting ideas, but you know, still a lot of things to think through. So
yeah, no,
I appreciate your response.
I know, and I appreciate it too, Bridget. I mean, I want to push back a little bit on, you know, do we really think it's the RA's job, the RA program's job to essentially have optimal dispatch in real time? I mean, I just asked that question because we certainly don't think it's the IRP's problem to essentially set that up. And I guess the question is at what point is you know, what's the role of the RA program? And is it essentially to make sure that you get a perfectly efficient dispatch in real time? And if that's the goal, I'm basically pushing back to say, I don't think that should probably be the goal of resource adequacy. But I think we need to be clear about that and need to have people weigh in as to whether or not that's an important aspect of RA. And the reason I do that is largely, or the reason I say that is largely because this is the program that the PUC can control. They cannot control essentially the way the energy market works and how the energy market is dispatched. So it you know, it's a bigger problem if we're trying to solve the whole thing all the way from planning to real-time dispatch. And that's why I'm trying to think about chunking it down and sort of having the RA obligations stop at participation in the day-ahead market.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Peter, I wanted to maybe cover the two questions that were carryovers.
Okay.
So this one was from Maria Belinki. So she asked, do you see exceedance methodology applying to DR? If yes, how would it be measured?
That's a good question in terms of how DR should be contributing to the reliability. I mean, one of the reasons why I think I mean, DR is one of those resources that are not available all the time and therefore should not necessarily be counted on every hour of the day, which is why if you have a slice of data approach, you are able essentially to be able to say when it will be available and how much it will be available, or at least you know what is the basis. Now, DR is an interesting approach because you have to be able to, there has to be some validation that the energy is actually being consumed that the DR essentially will be using to curtail to be able to provide the capacity to the system. And so there actually are probably both of the aspects, not only in terms of what the performance is, but also sort of in what the bidding is. You know, if I understand the load impact protocols correctly now, is that it does take into account not just what was bid, but also what actually showed up. And to some degree, that's the type of thing that needs to be done for DR. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to stick with the load impact protocols. It could be done on a different type of exceedance basis. But again, there has to be the check that the capability is actually there for the resource to perform what it's saying it's committing to perform. So I hope that answers the DR question. What's the next one, Rhett?
The last one is, do you think using seasons instead of months may overly inflate resource data?
Using the seasons without the slices, I think would absolutely do that. I think with the slices, you're basically, the idea is that you're trying to focus in the resource counting so that it isn't as much variability across the time at which the obligation is there, by having it only have to be there for the season for that slice of day. So if we were just basically going to a simple seasonal means or a seasonal RA structure without the slice of day, then yes, absolutely, that would dilute the effectiveness of the resources and being able to accurately reflect what it can produce. But I think going to the slices, the idea for the most part is that you were trying to narrow that by saying, oh, it only has to be available for this slice for the season, and it doesn't have a lot of the other information that might be less relevant to, or the operations that might be less relevant to actually meeting the need. So.
Okay, I think that's all we have. Let me just confirm with Brian and Bridget. They still have their hand raised if you guys have follow-up questions. If not, please lower the hand. Okay, let me cycle through this, just be sure I don't confirm that I did not miss anything. Okay, I believe we got all of the questions. I don't know, Peter, did you have any last words or closing remarks?
No, I just wanted to thank everybody who came and to listen to this and provided input. I think this whole RA process is a work in progress. And I think all of the discussions we can have about the issues and the various proposals are important. And so I want to thank everybody for attending and providing input and providing questions and helping us think through these things. It's a pretty daunting challenge for us to be able to change the RA program and to make it work going into the future. I think it's something we're going to have to do, and I think that the more collaboration we can get on it would be better in terms of making sure that we're moving forward in the right direction. So thanks everybody. If you've got questions or comments, please don't hesitate to reach out and ask them. Certainly a lot of the changes we're going to be making in the next proposal will be as a result of the discussions we're having in this workshop and with others. So thanks everybody.
Yeah, and thank you to our panelists and all the attendees today. Has been a really great discussion. So the RA team will be posting any updated slides onto our RA history website and also send it out to the service list. So just want to remind everyone we'll have the SCE CalCCA joint proposal tomorrow. So hope everyone have a good evening and to see you tomorrow morning.
Thanks a million.
Thank you.